Good morning, all. Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the day of our second international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology, organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publications. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology application. About IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forum and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work a wizard of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conference bring together professional wizards and leaders who have explored all venues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. I request please play the video.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICIS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you, sir. Incredible IFERP application has been launched now available curious researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for the academic and research breakthrough, which you can get right now for the Google Play Store for upcoming conference update. I request to play the video. Thank you, sir. With high expectations and responsibilities, the second International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology is taking place virtually. The current research development and transformation to advance industrial practices brought necessity to organize this knowledge event. ICIRET-2022 will inspire and welcome innovative ideas, methodologies, research findings, and process in engineering and technology. With research progressing at an accelerated pace, young scholars, students, and researchers in the early stage of their career are finding it harder than ever to give up. This conference aims at helping them get up to speed with all the latest advancement. The idea of the ICIRET 2022 is to build a platform for experts, academicians, technicians, scholars from global universities, industries to coverage together and present contemporary research projects that inform and enumerate delegates about the progress being made. I would like to welcome all honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Geeta R. Bharmadur Ma'am, Professor and from Department of Computer Science and Engineering from KLE Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, madam. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. I would like to welcome Mr. Kevin Ashford Rowe, Professor of Vice Chancellor, Digital Learning, Queensland University of Technology, Australia. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Professor Marwan Al-Qadi, sir, Professor Mobile and Wireless Multimedia Comms, A.L. Ryan College, Saudi Arabia. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. Justin Dwells, Associate Professor from Technic University Delft, Netherlands. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. Shailesh Iyer, sir, Professor and Dean from ESEN or IT Department, Rai School of Engineering, Rai University, President, RU IIC and RU Nodal Officer, GSIRF, Ahmedabad, India. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our session chairs, Dr. Mathivanan Jagannath, sir, Senior Lecturer, Schools of Business Management, College of Business, University from Malaysia. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. Noor Zaman, ma'am, from sir, Director and Associate Professor from Center for Smart Society, Cluster Head, Cybersecurity Cluster, Malaysia. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. K. Hemachandra, sir, Professor and Program Chair, Department of AI and ML, Woxon University. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. I. Puttu Reddy, sir, Lecturer, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University Udayana, Indonesia, Bali, Indonesia. Thank you for joining us, even due to this pandemic situation, and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all our attendees in joining us today. On behalf of all dignitaries and participants, we are happy to release our second international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology, Proceeding a Book. Heartiest congratulations. I would like to welcome Dr. K. Hemachandra, Sir, Professor and Chair, Program Chair, Department of AI and ML, Voxen University, to please deliver your speech, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Good
Is my
morning,
voice
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Dr. Hemachandran. I am from Voxen University, India, and my area of research is in the artificial intelligence and business analytics. So here I am able to give some innovative ideas so that it will be helpful for the researchers who have been doing research in the upcoming years. So coming to the engineering field in 2022, if you take the first area which is very important is the communication area, and especially in that the computing power is very important. So nowadays we are all having a 4G, and now started many of them are using 5G too. But if you check in research trends, the thing happening now is started coming 6G also. It is totally upcoming. For example, if you say that at home everyone is using 5G, most of them, but in future what will happen? The speed will increase enhancement, and even it is mainly used for the television. We can build intelligent televisions, autonomous robots, and even we can build autonomous cars, especially in communication, because all these things are connected with communication purpose. The second thing which I want to tell about is smarter devices, where we can have humanoid robots, especially at home, to guide us. And especially now we have Raspberry Pi, especially to build Google apps, and even when we are going to talk with Apple Siri, everything has been assisting us to make our work very simple. But when we have a humanoid robot, so that it will do all our works which we are routinely doing it at home. So those things will be in future, it will be going to come up. The third thing which I want to tell about is the quantum computing, where it is totally it's a trending now. The thing is it gives a potential computing power that is a trillion times more powerful than what we get from today's advanced supercomputers. Especially it has been mainly used for drug innovations, logistics, and portfolio management. And at last, I need to tell about artificial intelligence and as well as machine vision. Especially now, many of them are knowing about Tesla cars, all those things, autonomous vehicles, where the main part which is going to be trending in that is the machine vision, where to identifying the objects, and where whether any object is present in the front of the vehicle which has been, or in the beside anyone is crossing the road. All those things is being considered in the 360 view of camera and is being detected. But only with the help of detecting those images, it's not will be happen. But at the back end, we have the machine version, and especially we can say that like computer vision, so that it mainly used to identify those objects. And now recently we are using YOLO fires. It's a technology which has been used to identifying the objects, as well as objects in the sense not only you can say the humans. It will detect about the animals, and even we have if any stones over there, or if any especially we can say that like any other vehicles are there, or any chairs, anything can be detected over there with the help of YOLO fires. So this is what trending happening in this 2022. But in future, it might be goes in higher level. And at last, I need to conclude with one more technology, which is nothing but an energy sector, where nowadays the electric vehicles are more, but a lot of things are getting fired because of the batteries, electric batteries, which has been used in the vehicles. So to overcome that one, how we can do with a nuclear power, or how we can generate an green hydrogen energy, so that we can overcome that problem also. So that in future, this kind of disadvantages can be make it possible, and the future research can be go ahead. So this is what from my side, and if you have any queries, you can ask in that, and we can discuss over. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity given by IFERP, and it's a great pleasure to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing wonderful idea with us. Thank you, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Dhawal Sahija, sir, Enterprises Solution Manager, Soft Web Solution, USA, to deliver the speech.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good morning. I'm Dhawal Sahija, and it is my pleasure to welcome all participants to Second International Conference on Innovative Research in Engineering and Technology, which has been scheduled on 15th and 16th of July. I welcome all eminent speakers and guests from all over country, from different walks of life. You have come here to share knowledge and vast experience with student community. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing engineering and technology research areas on this collaborative platform. The main intention is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry to deliver the best application. I'm happy to note that this conference will provide a good deliberation in the recent scientific and technological innovation to make our nation a developed country. On this occasion, I congratulate all organizers, committee members, session chairs, as well as keynote speakers for their effort in organizing and participating in this international conference. I wish the conference a grand success.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Geeta R. Brahmarudar, ma'am, Professor from Department of Computer Science and Engineering from KLE Institute of Technology, Karnataka, India. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I welcome everyone for this international conference. Madam, will you please allow me to share the screen, madam? I welcome everyone for second international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology. I thank IFERP for providing this opportunity. Nowadays, research and innovation plays a vital role, and if you consider any of the system domains, it can be military application, it can be transport system, banking system, education, politics, health sector, food, agriculture, business, textiles, natural resources, etc. Consider any domains. There is a need of the applied science being used, and the basic principles of mathematics and science can be applied to any of these domains using various technologies, recent technologies like cloud computing, IoT, and other new recent advanced technologies. The objectives of all domains can be still made effective and efficient. So among these, I just want to concentrate on research trends in distributed web mining. What this web mining is, we'll see, and what can be the trends in this particular area. So if we observe, is the screen shared, madam? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So internet came into existence in 2000, and we have seen by 2021 there are around 1.888 million websites available in the internet. Uh, can you imagine how these websites are stored in the internet, and what is the way to retrieve the information from the internet, so that the effective retrieval of the information will be to the customers? So we have seen the web is in this form. So internet is collection of various networks and spread over the globe. And we are with various architectures of client server. It can be starting with one tier, wherein the client program and server program are available on standalone system on a single node. So, two-tier architecture wherein you can have a dedicated client and a server, and we can have communication among these two. Three-tier, apart from the client facility and server facility, business logic can be made as a separate tier, so that instead of modifying all the tiers at a stretch, the modification can be carried out. Updation can be carried out in the middle tier based on different domains, different applications. So still it can be extended to entire applications also. So this is the overview of this particular session. So we'll be going through web mining introductions, opportunities and challenges, difference between data mining and web mining, and how these web mining techniques are classified, and distributed web mining. So as mining refers, it is to extract something from anywhere. So what this data mining is, it is defined as a process which helps in extracting potential information from larger set of any raw data. So this is data mining. It is a process of extracting useful and potential information from raw data. So this World Wide Web is World Wide Web. It is a information system which provides information where the document and other web resources are identified by Uniform Resource Locator URL, which is being unique in the internet, which may be interlinked by hyperlinks and accessible over the internet. So this is a scenario wherein huge amount of information is available in the World Wide Web in the form of hypertext documents. So every customer has some queries. Whenever this query is given to the World Wide Web, the knowledge should be retrieved. So can I get potential and useful information from this World Wide Web? And when we see the mining system, it can be viewed in different ways. We can have a centralized system, or it can be a distributed. So when you say centralized, there will be a centralized server which will be taking care of everything, and remaining clients will be communicating with this particular central server. Whereas distributed, instead of overloading a single server, even if it will be with a replica of servers, and the functionality of server can be distributed across various nodes. These are the various opportunities and challenges when we consider web mining. We are with a huge amount of web information available, and there are a number of heterogeneous servers. There requires some sort of techniques which helps in storage of hypertext documents and which helps in retrieving this information effectively and efficiently. And when we speak about these websites, the websites most of the times will be dynamic. And instead of keeping a website on a single server, even part of the website can be kept on one server, remaining part can be distributed across various servers. Other opportunities and challenges are when we are working with the hyperlinks, there is a chance of dangling links, broken links. So, is there any way of identifying these broken links and so that the space occupied can be reused? And if there is any redundant information, can I reduce the amount of space taken by the redundant information? So web datasets can be very large. We can't mine it on a single server. It requires large number of servers. And even one of the challenges is how to organize hardware and software to mine use dataset is challenging. When we consider the content of the web, it is multimedia. It can be text, it can be image, it can be any sort of information. Since web information is redundant, we require new techniques to have to reduce redundancy. And the web is noise because it is a mixture of different kinds of information. So web mining, it is application of data mining, and it helps in automatically discovering and extracting information from web documents. When we compare data mining and web mining, data mining, it mainly concentrates on tables that is structured and relational. The relationship among all the attributes is stored in the form of the tables, which we are calling as the database. Okay. The columns and rows will be defining, there will be primary keys and foreign keys, even constraint can be kept on various parameters or fields of this particular table. Whereas web mining, it deals with semi-structured and unstructured data. And the reach of patterns and features is necessary. Since we are working with website, what this website is, it is collection of web pages. A web page is page with HTML tags, and most of the web pages consist of HTML elements, hypertext markup language elements like table, menus, buttons, input boxes. And what is the topology of this website? The structure of the website goes like this. I'll be with the initial HTML tag and end HTML tag, and wherever hyperlinks are there, I can go for hypertext references. And when we want to organize these websites, it can be stored either in the BFS form, that is breadth first search, or depth first search, or combination of these two. This is how organization of website can be there. Suppose assume there are 4 pages. You can go for either left skewed tree, or it can be breadth, then go deep into the tree. There are a number of ways to organize web pages of the website. And there are algorithms to tell like which is the effective way of storing the web pages, and if you store in what way, the pages can be referred easily by various users. So this is just one example wherein there are 21 web pages, and this is a way how these are organized. Then comes, if you want to search something in the web, how the things are there. This is collection of web wherein hypertext documents are connected together, And using some software or program or search engine, the given query is searched in the web and the relevant information is delivered to the customer. So this is the system, web search system, wherein the spider, which is a program, which crawls the hypertext documents of the websites and creates a document corpus. Whenever query is given by the user, information retrieval system will be helping to retrieve the information and will be with the ranked documents, which are pages in the descending order, which we have seen in Google search engine whenever query is given. And this is the information retrieval system procedure or architecture. Still, there is a challenging thing how best algorithms can be used to even understand the query and to index, evaluate, to retrieve, and even give ranking for various web pages. Still, artificial intelligence can be applied for this to build intelligent system which are capable of learning, reasoning, adapting, and performing tasks similar to humans. Information retrieval is a key technology for knowledge management. Information retrieval deals with storage and representation of the knowledge and retrieval of information relevant for particular query. This is the information retrieval system. So corpus document will be prepared whenever query is given. Information retrieval system will be retrieving the ranked documents. The relevance is subjective judgment and may include being on the proper subject, being timely, being authoritative, satisfying the goals of user. And this is an architecture which shows how indexing can be carried out, how database managers will be helping to store and retrieve the information. Applications of web mining. It is used in e-commerce applications, network management, information retrieval on the web. This is classification of web mining technique. So web mining is classified into three major categories: web structure mining, web content mining, web usage mining. So what this web structure mining is, it deals with discovering and modeling the link structure of the web. The topology of the hyperlink is used for this particular purpose. And suppose the most frequently visiting web page is kept at the bottom or terminal level of the tree, then user has to go through all intermediary nodes to get that particular web page, or he should know the hyperlink of necessary or intended web page. So to avoid that, we can keep this particular website under observation for some period, like 15 days and 1 month, observe which all web pages are visited most frequently by different users, give the hit count for the web pages so that that web page can be brought very near to the home page. And these are the various terminologies of web structure. Web graph, it is a graph that represents the web pages in the website. And there is a link from one page to other page. In degree will be there, out degree will be there. And this in degree and out degree will play a vital role in deciding upon rank of particular web page. This is one particular application having only few web pages, college website. homepage, engineering and non-engineering, having different departments, having different web pages on their non-teaching. This is the application wherein using some of the tool, this particular web page is organized. So before organization, this is the way in which the hit counts are there for various web pages. But after the organization seeing into the count, the relative access of a particular web page, that is hit count, the page with the highest hit count is moved very near to the home page. So this is particular user interface which helped in reorganizing the web page. Even web structure mining, it helps in social network analysis and citation, even discovering micro communities and completeness, measuring completeness. Web usage mining, this is one of the next techniques which helps in understanding user behaviors while interacting with the web. These are the navigation patterns which says the user, when he visits homepage of a website, he is moving to second page. Again, he is going back to homepage. He may be traversing to other pages in the hierarchy. This is a web page hierarchy of a website. And when we are working with web usage mining, log file analysis plays a vital role. And this log file contains the details of which IP address is visited the website, on which date, what is the time, and what is the status code, and which page is being referred, and which protocol is used, hypertext transfer protocol is used, and what is the status code, and how many bytes are delivered. So this is the log file statistics. And if you analyze this particular statistics, the decision can be made very easily on various other parameters of a particular application. And these are the baseline statistics of log file, access log, error log, referral log, ascent log, and page popularity. That is, number of hits to a particular web page speaks about how popular that particular web page is. It so happens like if suppose n number of customers refer you or ask you a query, it shows you have enough knowledge and stuff to give solution for various queries. If you refer various customers for everything, it shows you are waiting for some knowledge from other people. So this is one of the parameters which speaks about the popularity of that particular person or a page. So this is the access log information. That is, the first field is IP address, and the second one is a dash. It is request for commands, and authenticated user, timestamp, status code, then transfer volume. And these are the various status codes: success 200 series, redirect 300 series, failure 400 series. Sometimes whenever we visit a particular web page, you may get the code, status code like failure 404 file not found. What it shows us, the page which you are requesting, it is not part of the website, it is being redirected somewhere, or its page name is changed. Okay, server error, this is one of the status code, that is 500 series. Whenever server related errors are there, this code is being prompted. And 302, 300 series, it is for a redirect. 400 series, 404, it is for a file not found. And there is other type of log file called as referrer log. So this log file, it contains the information about starting URL, destination URL, from which particular page you have started and there you have ended. There is other type of a log file, that is ascent log, which speaks about browser name and version. We are with Google Chrome, we are with Netscape Navigator, Mozilla. So even the version name will be stored in this particular file. And there is an error log which reports the error message along with the time and what that error is. And this is a process of web usage mining. So there is a log file. You want to pre-process it over a particular session, user session. It can be 15 days, it can be 24 hours. Discover the patterns, analyze those patterns, and even you can generate the rules so that the knowledge can be gained. And you can take a decision on whether to proceed with these or any other modifications can be carried out for existing web pages. Even the set of the web pages can be divided into the most demanding web pages, medium demanding web pages, and least demanding web pages. Okay. If there are least demanding web pages, it shows there is a need of content being modified for the web pages. And these are various applications. And this is a transfer access log. The server will be requesting, client will be requesting the server, and a server will be providing the response for the client, requested client, and it updates all this information. Timestamp, date, host name, file requested, amount of data transfer, status of the request. And this is an ascent log, which keeps track of host name, version number, platform. And a referrer log. Here, external reference and internal references. Suppose some other website is referring to pages of your website, that particular information will be stored here. Error log. So there is a HTTP request and that particular web page is not found. The response will be with error message with the details of what that error is. So this is stored in error log file. And one of the other techniques is web content mining. So it is a process of gaining the information or resource discovery from content of millions of sources across www. Even the application of this is semantic web. Suppose if I give the birth date of some X, only that should be displayed. No other information should be given. So web content, when we are speaking with, so it is a combination of semi-structured, structured, and unstructured data. Even it consists of images, audio, video. And when we are working with web content mining, these algorithms can be applied. These are the methods. It can be classification, clustering, or association. So when we are speaking about classification, it is supervised learning. So under some supervision will be working for the goal. Clustering, it is unsupervised learning. And association, if A is related to B, B is related to C. So A is related to C. So these can be associated. And this is a clustering system wherein a similarity measure can be noted, measured, and based on that, documents can be clustered. And even we can go for web pages set mining, wherein hash table can be created and the transaction database is prepared. Users who are referring to the pages can be stored in this particular transactional databases. So user 1 is going from web page B, then web page H, followed by E, followed by P, till G. This is a particular sequence wherein user 1 or transaction 1 will be following or traversing. Like this, every user's traversal database will be prepared. And based on this, you get the count of how which page has referred how many times. So from that, I can create a hash table so that I can distinguish, like when I refer, no, it can be retrieved very easily. Refer to a particular web page, it can be referred very easily, retrieved very easily. So this is hash table indexing, which helps in clustering and even classification of web pages. And even we can go for fuzzy support vector machine, wherein I can tell, like, these are the web pages which are of most demanding and these are the pages which are of least demanding. So it is using kernel function. This particular information can be carried out. One of the applications of this content mining is abstractification of text. So around 500 pages of text is available. I just want to have one paragraph of text. Okay, so this can be carried out. It is one of the applications of content mining. Even it can be vice versa also. Just one paragraph of text is given for you. You generate 500 pages of information. So this is abstractification. Thank you. If you have any doubts, please. And even along with this, just we can have research being carried out for robo as a teacher, robo as a doctor, which we are calling as pervasive computing. And whichever domain you take, there can be a product which can speak about and bring various natural resources conservation and reduce global warming. Thank you. If you have any doubts, you are welcome.
Sure, ma'am. Any questions from the audience, please? Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your wonderful and beautiful presentation with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for giving opportunity. Thank you.
I would like to welcome our special guest, Professor Marwan A.L. Akadi, Sir, Professor of Mobile and Wireless Multimedia Comms, AI Rayan College, Medina, Saudi Arabia, for the presentation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Good morning, all. Trying to share my presentation.
Yes, sir.
Having difficulties sharing my presentation. It's not giving me the right to. Have you given me the right to share?
So just copy the presentation on your laptop screen on the desktop.
Yeah, I'm going through the shared screen, and it's giving me Microsoft SharePoint, Microsoft Drive, Google Drive, Box, and Dropbox. It's not giving me the desktop.
So there are three headings: basic, advanced, and files. You can go with the basic one. There will be display of desktop. If it is on desktop,
I
then
don't
you
have
can...
the desktop here. Unfortunately, it's not giving me access to the desktop.
Okay.
I'm trying to get the share sequence. Give me Microsoft Drive, Google Drive, Box. It's not giving me access. I'm going to the share, and it's not giving me desktop basic. Or let's go to the basic desktop. Getting there. Now allow Zoom to share your screen. Yes. Open system performance security. Okay, open. It's not giving me access, unfortunately.
So where you have saved your presentation?
Sorry?
In which device you have saved your presentation? Just double click on that.
Okay. I have opened my presentation.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
No, sir, not yet.
Can you?
No, sir, not yet.
Yeah, that's the problem. I cannot see it. Share it. It's not giving me share access on the desktop. It says desktop share. Cancel open system. Let me move this one. Okay. Accessible local service. Okay, let's go to file text access. It's not giving me access for security privacy for a reason or another. I'm not getting access. Okay, I will start talking about my project and my speech.
Yes,
If that's okay.
yes, sir.
Okay. I'll be talking about a smart city, the next generation smart city, and what we have smart city for, and what is required in our future cities. The smart city solution are, in general, 20% of decision making have a strategy, lack strategy for our next generation cities. Smart cities, the new mega market for utilities. Why mid-sized cities promise big-time opportunities for smart cities. Now, the whole European countries are lacking strategy with smart cities, i.e. the strategies are all missing properly. It's only about 20% they have a strategy. Our new strategy we are trying to do is using the technology for a future smart city, i.e. we try to make combination of the usage of Wi-Fi as well as LAT and solar energy system. So my plans or our plans try to get these three combination to have our new planned in our new strategy in the smart cities. What we have really, the usage of almost 3.4 billion of the USA dollars used in 2020, that will be the technology used, and hopefully is going to be about almost 9 billion by 2025. Based on the region, Wi-Fi, our service market has been segmented for the North America, which is mainly United States and Canada. Europe is mainly UK, Germany, France, Nordic, and the rest of Europe. The Asian Pacific, China, Japan, South Korea, India, the rest of Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and the Latin America, Brazil. So this is the sectorization of the technology of using Wi-Fi. And with the LET, we mainly using the 802.16e mobile LET with software-defined radio, femtocells, and the road to 5G and possibly 6G in the next few years. The solar energy system for lighting system will be using that, broadband wireless internet. We could use the solar energy system again for voice over IP technology, for the CCT surveillance education, and monitoring the environment and remote diagnostics. The next generation in street architecture will be offering sustainable multi-service infrastructure solution for the development world, providing wireless controlled enable LED street lighting, which integrate with the wireless communication network, all powered by the solar energy, which is energy would provide a solar street lighting with remote wireless monitoring, no broadband network required. So we will have almost the whole city could be lighted through the solar energy, and there is no need for a broadband networking. To enable our future and benefit, we need the solar power connected with the Wi-Fi and high-intensity smart LED street lighting, which enable safety and security, increased economic activities, wireless internet, voice over the IP telephony, CCT surveillance, education, environment monitoring, and remote control. So the street lighting will provide enhanced, no doubt, public safety, which reduce a crime by 90%, including surveillance. Further, could provide telephony, email, internet access for community education. All these are powered by solar energy, providing a clean environment, a sustainable source of energy, which is a key initiative in climate change, and easy installation and lower cost, of course. The street lighting is important for many reasons. One of the main reasons is, as we mentioned earlier, is reducing nighttime road accident, reduce crime significantly, and this is particularly in the United Kingdom as an example, which we have caused by between up to 10 times every year, allowing installation of wireless IP CCTV, surveillance, solar camera, which further reduce crime. Social life is increased by enhancing the light at night with the time environment. A lot of people, when there is a light, they will be going around and moving around, and life night will be more enhanced, and people, they will be out and enjoying themselves. It is light there. If there is no light, enough light, you see that street damp, and a lot of people, they are frightened to go out. So our solution for that, we're having a pylon or post lamp, if you like, with the main things. We have remote wireless connection with low power. We have the buckle to a network operating center, as well as we have the replacing the halogen bulb with LED bulbs, which give high efficiency light head with integrated wireless sensor, And these are all controlled at a center wherever you design to put this one center, and you don't need to monitor it further. The life cycle of the panel with the solar panel, life cycle is about 25%, and there is tremendous improvement on the solar panel nowadays. So this can be reducing the manpower to clean and service the solar panel or the street lighting as currently is being done. So the smart city, you put them there and you don't need to monitor the panels or service the panel for a long time. So hopefully, unfortunately, I cannot show you the diagram, but we have a city is connected with the CCTV camera, street lighting and solar energy power system all across the city, with many distributed around evenly or non-evenly, depends on the intensity of the population of the people. The infrastructure compromises, as we mentioned earlier, the nodes, which is pylons with solar panel, smart LED and lamp heads, an integrated solar switch, mesh wireless device. We need to have a software to manage the system. Base billing utilities software were required. Communication buckle links wireless and wire or satellite to the CC itself. So you can have everything is controlled. And my diagram here showing this, the connection of the internet with the solar energy network with the buckle across the city. Of course, these can be used by government, NGOs, public facilities, health, education, universities and school, commerce, industry, and population. Further, it can be used anywhere you think or we think we can use the wireless and wireless communication with the lighting the way we have designed it. We provide augmented services such as dedicated communication for emergency services, providing monitoring CCTV cameras, enablement with the wireless LAN and VPN service for government and private, as well as voluntary sectors. We can provide RIFD solution, RFID solution, environmental monitoring, e-learning facilities, voice over IP in conjunction with the local telephone provider, assessed management, information portals, as well as market content for local companies. So there are so many huge services can be used with the new techniques we are trying to use. How can this help the municipal wireless drives, i.e. for the city, which kickstart economic development, attract more business in the city, and residential as well as tourists. It bridges the digital divide, allow the less privileged to have access to e-government education and public libraries, health and social services. So the service will provide for everybody. So that is really try to reduce the digital divide. Everybody can use the system wherever you are in the city. As mentioned earlier, improve security and public safety when integrated with the digital surveillance helps the police and security personnel to reduce crime. Further, improve municipal operations with transparency. So all is open and everybody can look into. This provide the Wi-Fi. Again, we can use WiMAX as well as LTE. So these are three main communication provider can be used. The gigabit solar switch, which enable wireless client, external port capacity to add Wi-Fi or WiMAX, or further LTE for currently 4G in some areas or some cities to 5G, and hopefully in the near future 6G for, and then can be accessed the buckle. Provides access point hotspot for broadband communication and the process control telemetry. And this are all integrated through solar charge controller to make sure that everything's under control. And my system panel, which we are using a solar panel, which revolutionized design that significantly improved the ease of installation for both on-grid and off-grid applications. Now the solar panels are glass-free construction, lightweight and durable. They can last almost 25 years. High power output, plug and play quick connection, easy installation, frameless, easy to carry and transport, and solder-free cell interconnection. And some of them, they come with very small, with 6-inch cell construction. So the revolutionize of the solar panels nowadays can give you the freedom to choose the latest technology, and thus improve the power and lighting of the city. Then further, the next stage, we have built LED lamp instead of the current halogen bulbs, which Ethernet enabled lamp head. High intensity lamp can provide up to 8,000 luminous. Process sensor control for telemetric monitoring. Could use Wi-Fi IP device surveillance monitoring to identify any crimes or anything immediately. Within a few microseconds, you can identify the interpreter. Then we can use the wire and wireless connectivity to the network. So you have the options of both of them, but we are recommending the wireless connection is the most important one. Of course, this is definitely going to be anti-theft. Theft of equipment in general presents a major problem. The purpose system counters this problem as follows. Always there is a 24/7 monitor detectors for the GPS tracking. Movement up to the pylon will be triggered with the surveillance camera. Further, we have security activation codes, same identification key for batteries, wireless devices, solar panel, and light to operate, plus attachment detectors. So all that provide security system, and the RFID or RIV tagging able to trace in the network as soon as it is being reintroduced and identified before reconnected to the internet, to give security against removable. Mechanical deterrent, pointed spikes at the top of the pylon, easy access by crane only. So nobody can play with it or remove it or try to steal it. No way, it has to be accessed by crane only. Secure lockable casing, unique connector for battery and wireless, very secure and safe. Nobody can tamper with it. So this will deliver solar panel, integrated street lighting, intelligent lamp heads with wireless process control for the internet access, network backup equipment and network operation control center through what we call NOCC, which is stand for the network backup equipment, network for operation control equipment, network management software billing system, so you can charge for the use of the internet for the municipality or the government or the operator for that matter. The solar energy system could be operated by a private company rather than government, such as telecom operator, mobile operators, utilities, emergency relief, construction companies, oil companies, mining and land owners. So all these people, they can really be an user as a private company for the solar system we're providing for the street lighting. The advantage and benefits, no doubt, solar energy or solar power will be given a clean, renewable energy, safe, virtual maintenance free. Virtually, there is no maintenance, none whatsoever. Further, wireless flexible deployment in remote or unwired area. Cost effectiveness, no need for trenching. So that's all advantage of the proposed smart city. lighting of dark and remote areas, reduce, of course, crime, reduce of traffic accident, protection of people and property, assistance for emergency services. Further, can give you access to the wireless broadband services, such as hotspot connectivity to the internet, increase in access to knowledge. So you can access any information through Google or whatever engine you want to use, search engine. No doubt it can be used for emergency relief, easily deployed in disaster relief areas where infrastructure has been destroyed, providing lighting and communication for relief workers. With wireless communication, bridging, as we said earlier, the digital divide or voice services for surveyors to their loved ones, so you can communicate with the people on distance or remotely. So this can be provide the communication and the requirement for this service. Further, provide education initiatives for developing countries, backup education policies, and raises skill level in emerging development countries, using cyber cafe model to provide a sustainable answer to the growing demand on skilled people, such as internet access, educational center, partnership with major software companies to update the skill offer to the local market if necessary. So that is what is planned. Solar energy system, as we mentioned, is 100% powered by the sun. So there is no electricity or current or whatever required. It's 100% powered by the sun. It's carbon positive, creating carbon credits. So this is a further advantage for the smarting city, which are proposed for. There are in my showing that Singapore is one of some of the cities in Singapore is the mainly center is quite considered a smart city, and the use of the Internet of Things application in a smart city that will give it even further smarter to use the communication and the technology in future. The final word I would say, integrated thinking, innovation, and central coordination are the key to successful smart city strategy, which currently we are lacking. That is my last slide, and I thank you very much for listening and apologize for not sharing or unable to share my slide with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for innovative information. Thank you, sir.
I'm happy to answer any questions if there are questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Kevin Ashford-Rowe, sir, Professor Vice Chancellor, Digital Learning, Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia. Please deliver the presentation, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Depending on where you are. I'm Kevin Ashford-Rowe. I'm the Provost Chancellor for Digital Learning at the Queensland University of Technology, and I'd like to begin by thanking the organising committee for the opportunity to come and talk to you today about the Digital University. I'd also like to acknowledge the Turrbal and the Yugara peoples as the First Nations owners of the lands from which I'm talking to you today, which is the QUT Kelvin Grove campus here in Brisbane, Australia. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about who we are, where we are, And then I want to talk about the why now and how we'll know when we're there in terms of the digital university. So Queensland's University of Technology, as I said, we sit across two campuses in Brisbane. Queensland, we have 50,000 or so students. We are a global top 50 university, and as with all of the 40 or so publicly funded universities in Australia, we teach across a broad range of subject and topic areas. Brisbane itself is located about halfway up on the east coast of Australia, and we're a university that focuses on a brand of being the university for the real world. So if we're thinking about a digital campus, the first question is why now? And acknowledging that I'm talking very much to an international audience, I would like to flag that this is, from broad perspectives, a very Euro-Australian perspective. But I think that it's fair to say that in as much as we moved through the process of an industrial revolution from an agrarian age into an industrial age, we are currently, in just the same way, moving from an industrial age into an information age and a knowledge economy. And what does this mean? Well, what this means is that in the same way that we move across these various ages that define a whole range of means of production, communication, and important factors that influence the ways in which we interact and engage, we are still, I believe, in the cusp of this movement from an industrial to a digital age. That means that we're still establishing notions of literacy, and we talk in terms of digital literacy and digital fluency. And literacy, I use the phrase functional to define literacy, because as we move from an agrarian age into an industrial age, it became increasingly important that people were literate, that they could read and write, because those were the tool sets and skills that were required to help them navigate industrial age economies. Whereas increasingly, as we move into a digital age, what we're seeing is that the notion of functional literacy means the abilities to be able to navigate the digital age and use digital tools, digital technologies, to both communicate and think about in terms of means of production. So from a higher education perspective, why is it important that we start thinking about being and working from the perspective of digital university? Well, it's because I think in very simple terms, we understand that our students now expect their learning and teaching experience to be consistent with all other aspects of their transactional, relational, and communication lives. What that means for them is very much that they expect to be able to access information, content, or the ability to transact at the time and place of their choosing. So if they come off a shift at work at 3 o'clock in the morning, or they get back from a nightclub at 4 o'clock in the morning, or they are traveling on a bus between events or on their way home from work, they expect to be able to access and engage with the learning and teaching experience in just the same way that they would potentially be able to log on and buy themselves a pair of shoes from anywhere in the world at 3 o'clock in the morning. But they also expect that experience to be a seamless and consistent one. And they expect that they be able to move seamlessly across the whole range of platforms and services that are provided that will help them to navigate that experience. So from that perspective, it's extremely important that we understand what are the systems that provide that experience, how are those systems integrated, how do they work in terms of the integration to provide that holistic experience, and I think most importantly, that how do we ensure that those systems will work first time and every time. And again, from the perspective of a learning and teaching conversation, that means that both for us as teachers expecting to use these systems to mediate and facilitate our learning experiences, as well as for the students using them, we have a right to expect that these crucial systems will work first time and every time. I think it's also fair to say that students expect their higher education learning and teaching experience to be predicated on world-class curriculum, but also that it's facilitated by world-class educators, but that it's mediated by those contemporary higher education educational technology platforms. And in many respects, from a higher education perspective, particularly at my university, we tend to think about that in terms of a digital learning ecosystem, i.e. that is all the technologies, the tools, the services that combine together create the ecosystem within which our students will engage. And that means engaging with the university and the teachers, because what we do really clearly understand is that engagement and this sense of engagement is a really important determinant of the student's ability to succeed. And we also understand that when we're operating in a higher education perspective, from a model that is increasingly large, and I'll use the word industrial if you like, that we're often delivering an industrial scaled and sized experience, that we need to make sure that we're using the technology to scale that experience, but we're also using the affordances and the opportunities and the advantages of that technology to more clearly create that sense of engagement with a student. And what does that look like in practice? Well, in very simple terms, it means making sure that we can identify who they are individually, and that when we communicate with them, we communicate them by name. It also means that we set up the forums within which they can communicate with one another as peers, but also communicate with our teachers. So in a very similar construct to the way that we would set up a learning and teaching experience in a physical environment, where we know that the students will have the opportunity on a campus, particularly here in Australia, to go and have coffee with one another, to meet one another in the library. We provide spaces for them to physically work together in their project teams. Well, increasingly students are expecting that we provide exactly the same kind of affordances and capabilities to them in the digital space. They also expect to be provided with access to support tools and services at the point of identified need. And that is particularly important where we are supporting and educating students who maybe come from less traditional backgrounds, who perhaps don't have the same levels of cultural capital that students who come from, in our context, more middle class environments where they may be third, fourth, fifth, sixth generation students. We have to make sure that a student who represents or presents with a problem in their curriculum, within their learning, whether it's writing an essay, producing some kind of a learning outcome, that at the point where they might be challenged on that, that's exactly the same point at which the services that support and enable them are provided to them. So they don't have to physically move away from that challenge, go and research or search through a whole range of other service menus and hopefully find the service that they need, but that we've thought about how we use the technologies to scale that support provision, to integrate that provision into the point of need, and also to then close the loop back to them and hopefully to their teacher. And as we move into an increasingly unbundled and reaggregated, multi-credentialed, micro-credentialed world, we need to make sure that we are using the technologies to, as far as we can, personalize that experience for the students, so that they get a very strong sense that the learning experience they're achieving and also in many ways curating is consistent, is tailored to them and consistent with meeting their expectations. So digital learning, particularly where we think about it in real world learning environments, what digital learning should do is enable us to drive different means and methods of delivering that important student experience. And that's across the student life cycle, both in and out of classroom and across the organization, and be providing students with a learning and teaching experience that is much more tailored, much more personalized, depending on the jurisdiction and what you're able to do, much more self-paced and capability-based, and hopefully much more authentically taught and assessed, both in the classroom and in the workplace across the physical and virtual environments. Now, of course, whilst we predicate much of this conversation and consideration of a digital learning conversation on the technologies and the platforms and the softwares that we might use to mediate it, I think it's probably important that we don't just focus on technology, that we think about technology as a mechanism to enable students to increase their ability and capability to access their learning and teaching experience. So it's not the technological consideration, it's the ways in which technologies are enhancing the student's ability to access their learning. And a little bit, as I described before, it's also the ways in which we're using those technologies to enhance that extremely important sense of engagement that, again, as I said, we know is an important determinant of a student's ultimate ability to succeed. Over and above that, I think what we're seeing increasingly from within our own context is that we're looking to move ourselves across the student ecosystem from a perspective where we start to think about our use of technology, and the phrase that we've used here at QUT is that we're looking to move away from being digital in part to being digital at heart. And how we characterize that is that a digital in part experience is one where technologies are integrated into the learning experience of the students, but to all intents and purposes, they're harnessed and often skewed to facilitate the existing ways in which we would do business and transact and engage with students across the curriculum. So we'll look at the ways in which we currently support students in the physical environment, and we'll think about how we might use the technologies to make that existing system more effective. Whereas in a truly digital at heart approach, we don't just use the technologies to speed up the analog processes, but we think about the ways in which the technologies can truly challenge and improve the ways in which we support and service our student experience. This is important because we work within the context of a student learning life cycle or a student life cycle more broadly. And if I tap into the work of Alf Litzio and others from 2011, across that student life cycle, we're mostly interested in supporting students from the point at which they commence to become our students. So for us, in our context, that's at the point of enrollment, right up to the point where they transition through and out of the university. So for us, that's graduation. And that means ensuring that our university digital ecosystems are properly in place to support the transactional elements of their learning experience. And that can be enrollment, that can be class selection, but also equally, if not more importantly, that we have the digital learning ecosystem in place underneath that is supporting their whole of learning journey. So there's a fair amount in thinking about and reflecting on what it is we need to do and what is the work that we need to put in place to transition us from where we are, which is very much often that hybrid space of working between the physical and the virtual, and trying to think about how we span that space almost as two separate propositions into an environment where we more genuinely recognize that actually the digital university is the university that has melded the physical and the virtual together into one holistic university experience. But if we're on that journey, it probably is useful for us to have an indication as to what is it that we'll see within our environment that will tell us that we are actually starting to achieve the expectations that will help us to frame ourselves as a digital university. Well, amongst those, I would say that a digital university, from my perspective, is the one that has fully embraced a digital learning and teaching paradigm. And that means that all staff, whether they're working in the administrative space or the teaching space, clearly understand that the student experience has to be equally and successfully facilitated through both the physical and the virtual, and that students may or may not come on campus, may or may not be able to attend campus. But either way, that we've got to have thought very clearly about how is it that we designed, developed and delivered that teaching, that learning experience to students in ways that enable them to fully engage across all modalities. And that means that we are focusing very much not just on the fact of using digital technologies, but that we're thinking about the ways in which those digital technologies are consistently being applied to enhance and continuously improve and increase the overall learning experience for students and the teaching experience for their teachers. So it's not sufficient to just implement and expect the technologies are picked up and used, but it's also really, really important that there is an ongoing and enduring quality conversation that's consistently and continually reflecting on how those technologies are being used to improve that experience. And part of this means having the framework in place to really drive that digital learning experience. And so this means having the policies in place that are focused on not necessarily thinking about a student experience from one perspective, i.e. a physical or an online virtual perspective, but actually principles based and able to enable teachers to design and deliver learning experiences that cross both, that you have in place the products and the services and I guess also the systems and the tools that will enable that seamlessly integrated approach and increasingly provide your academic teachers with the confidence to enable them to start using these tools as the tools that will best enable them to facilitate that learning experience. And part of that framework and part of that policy settings and considerations is conversations that start to inform the community about what excellence in design looks like across maybe the spectrum of ways in which you are looking to deliver that learning and teaching experience. So what I hope I've done in the last 18 to 20 minutes or so is start to impart for you a little bit of the thinking that we have formed here at Queensland University of Technology, that where we're looking to move ourselves from where we are now as predominantly a digital in part university, so that we can start to claim in the not too distant future that we are really the digital university for the real world, and that we're very clear that the work that we do is framed from a perspective of being truly digital at heart. Unfortunately, I can't be with you physically or even virtually, synchronously with you today. Diaries and expectations collided to prevent me from being able to be with you. What I hope is that I provided you with a little bit of an insight into what it is we do here at the Queensland University of Technology, offered you some thoughts and perspectives, and what I might leave you with is the question, given I can't ask the opportunity to have you ask questions of me, what was it that resonated with you? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. Shailesh Iyer, sir, Professor and Dean from CSEB and IT Department from Rai School of Engineering, Rai University, President of RUIC and RU Nodal Officer, GSIRF, Ahmedabad. Welcome, sir. Dr. Shailesh, sir.
Yeah, very good morning.
Good morning, sir. Dr. Shailesh, sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Can we start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Screen is visible.
Okay. So I'll be talking about research trends in smart education. And actually, I would be focusing upon rural education mainly because this is a project which I have been involved in, and I and my research scholars are working on it. So I would just be focusing upon what can be done as far as the research in smart education is concerned. So these are some of the statistics. I have concentrated upon the Indian scenario here, and especially I have taken, since I belong to Gujarat, which is a state in India. So in Gujarat, actually, a survey was done of the rural education scenario, and based on the performance of the students in that survey, there was some news articles which were published as early as 2018, and various other surveys have also taken place. So during this survey, actually, we found that there are a lot of drawbacks as far as the education system implementation is concerned because of various factors. Like when the survey was conducted, it was found that students, there was a survey conducted for Gujarat in particular, and a national levels comparison of the students of rural villages which were surveyed in Gujarat with respect to the national scenario. And we found a lot of problems as far as the education system is concerned. First concern was that the infrastructure facility, which actually, as the graph is stating, 18% school needed immediate repair. But we are not focusing upon the infrastructure part. I will be really focusing upon the education part. So what are the problems that are faced in the education part? So if I just go for the scenario in Gujarat in particular, mathematics and science, these two were the subjects where students were not able to grasp the fundamentals in the way that it was required. There was again one survey which is not reflected here, but that survey said that the students, if they are asked questions particularly from the text as it is, then they are able to answer. But if they are asked applied mathematics or applied sciences or anything related where they have to do some kind of brainstorming and they have to come to a conclusion, then there the problem was there that they were not able to perform. So what we really understood from this survey was that there was a huge gap between the way the education was to be delivered and how it was being delivered. Now we went a little bit deep into it, that what were the reasons for that. So first reason which we found out was that teachers, dedicated teachers were not available. There were very few teachers who were present for the teaching duty. Already, like suppose if I say in schools 10 teachers are required minimum in that rural school, there were hardly 4 or 5 available. And out of that 4 or 5 also, most of them were used in some other duties like administrative work, like collecting the data from the village, and any such work that the government feels that needs to be done and that had higher priority, that was given to the teachers compared to the other people. So teachers were used as in multiple jobs, and that was again a problem where the quality of the teaching differed. So teachers were not able to take the classes completely. Like in a week, they were hardly able to take 5 or 6 classes, whereas their actual load was around 25 to 30. So there was a huge gap of the teaching load also and the number of teachers also. So that was a main reason which was found, with which we started our whole experiment. So then we went a little bit more into the survey statistics. It said that, okay, these are the problems existing in the rural and urban areas, but we concentrated upon the rural areas. So first of all, net connectivity was a major issue. Internet connectivity did not exist to the extent that it existed in the rural urban areas. So there was a huge divide between that. Also, it was found that by the time the students went from primary to secondary education, most of them had dropped. So there was a huge drop ratio in the rural households compared to the urban households as far as the children dropping from the school is concerned. So there were very few who actually went up to the graduation stage. So that was again going to lead to a lot of problems, because urban sustainability is there, but rural sustainability is a question mark because education is limited. So with this background, we went into more details and we accessed all the details of how much laptops are available, how many smartphones are available. So that statistics was still more disturbing. So I'm not going into the statistics that much, but what we found out is that AI can be a very good solution. AI and robotics, they can be a very good solution for meeting this challenge. Most of the times, since this was pre-COVID statistics, once we started our work, it was COVID time. And during COVID time, we discovered that students did not just require the learning. Online learning can be there, but online learning cannot replace offline learning. So offline learning is a major supplement. And for that, we needed some resources to supplement it. So we thought about humanoid robots. But first thing is that emotional well-being of the student needed to be taken care of. So how can we make our education system in such a manner that emotional well-being of the child is also taken care of? So that AI can be very much instrumental, because AI can help determine where the students are struggling. Most of the times we found that in regular classes, there were students like 50 to there were like 50 to 60 students in a class, and individual requirement of the students was not being met. Teacher used to have a general class, but then it was very difficult to identify what was the level of understanding of the students, emotional well-being of the student, what the student is thinking. So for that, we needed to spot what are the gaps and we needed to fill in. So there AI can play a very important role. And there were a lot of children who were working alongside AI. That means, like, suppose if I say that in Japan, they had a robot called humanoid robot called NAO, that is now, that talks, moves, and teaches children everything from literacy to computer programming. So science, STEM subjects like science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, this can be fun. Now, normally what happens is that if we don't have the resources, if we don't have the necessary technology implemented in teaching, then this can be boring also. So how this was done? We just studied some case studies of Japan and China, some schools, and then we tried to replicate it in a different manner as per the local surroundings over here. So we have succeeded up till 50% of the stage. Now, machine learning is revolutionizing education sector by providing adaptive learning, increasing the efficiency of learning. That means the student is actually having a lot of gain as far as the learning through technology is concerned. So when we are providing machine learning related solutions in education, so that is giving a very good effect. Learning analytics, we are also analyzing the behavior of the student pre-learning and post-learning. So we'll be able to know the difference also and how the learning is affecting the student overall. Predictive analysis, we are able to predict what will be the performance of the student, and that prediction is almost matching the results. We can provide personalized learning because student normally, if they are in the class, if they miss that class, what about the level of that student at that time? Suppose it happens that many times student may attend the entire class, but he or she may not be able to understand the topic. Now, how to deal with this? So for that, personalized learning is required, where the student has to, we have to identify the level of the student and we have to go to that level and we have to train them for that. So personalized learning is a very important component, and we need to accurately grade the assignments. Now, most of the times the assignment grading, because of lack of time of the teachers in the traditional mode, is that they just put a tick and they give the marks randomly. But here, using a humanoid robot, we can go for accurate grading of assignments, and this can be very fruitful for the student. So these are some of the AI-based applications that are there, and supportive AI-related techniques. So student and school assessment, that's very important. As per the nationalized, we have got a new national education policy, NEP, which was proposed in 2020. And now we have gone ahead with this and we are implementing it at the school and the university level both. So there actually we need an assessment of the schools also. Student also needs to be assessed what is the growth of the student. So this AI related techniques can be useful for that. We can have a personalized learning approach, as I already told. Paper or exam evaluation and grading. Now this is a major problem which happens in most of the schools and universities. So we need to have image recognition. We need to go from paper mode to paperless mode. We need to have image recognition. We need to have a prediction system, and then computer vision can be used very adaptively along with AI to solve this problem. So paper or examination, evaluation, and grading. This is one thing which is very much required in today's times. Personalized intelligent teaching, like we can use a lot of techniques like data mining, Bayesian knowledge interface and interference. Learning analytics is, there are many learning analytics packages which can be used for that. So personalized intelligent teaching is one important solution that we can go for. Smart school, where we have face recognition, we don't need a manual attendance. We don't need a lot of things which we normally use boards for, that can be replaced by AR or VR. So a lot of changes can come with the help of technology in rural education in particular, and any education in general. But rural education, if we are concentrating upon, we need to go step by step, and humanoid robot is the first step towards implementation. And then we can have online and mobile remote education. Again, most of the times during COVID, this was a basic challenge that most of the nations faced, especially the developing nations and the underdeveloped nations, that technology use was not prevalent enough. And there were many people who were not aware, including teachers who were teaching in schools and universities, were not aware about the online education modes, how to go about the online education. So there was a big challenge. Now people are more comfortable with it because they have experienced it and they've used it. So this is something where we need to work upon. These are some of the educational platforms that we are using right now, AI-based technology. These are some of the platforms which are used. But again, the only problem here is that the cost. When we surveyed these, the cost of using these AI-based technology was too high for the Indian education system. So we are looking at some solutions where we can localize it and make it still less expensive. So when we just went through the research avenues, I've just listed some of the objectives here, like sorry, I'm suffering from cold, so yeah. So like, what are the research challenges and the objectives here? The first research challenge is to design an intelligent humanoid robot. Now, this is again a very big challenge because in Indian scenario, these robots acceptability is a question mark. In other countries, they have been accepted. Now we have to have environment friendly, student friendly robots here, which are costing less also. So that was a major challenge here, that how can we go about it? Now, normally what happens is that when we were working on this project, we actually got the quotation from many of the manufacturing companies. So they gave their estimate between 3 lakhs to 25 lakhs, depending upon the functionality of the humanoid robot. But that cost was too high. So we thought of dropping that project. Meanwhile, at that time, we got a news that there was a villager, a teacher in a rural area in India who actually developed a humanoid robot from e-waste. So that was costing close to 50,000. So if that is the reality, then we can add some features and we can implement this particular project using a humanoid robot prepared from e-waste. So this is something which we are working on right now. The second objective was to use deep learning approach based on recurrent RNN encoder, CNN encoder with bidirectional attention flow. So we wanted that student feedback also should be considered, student performance can also be tracked. So overall, entire software and a robot which can be operated based on that software, which can actually do the role of a teacher. Of course, not replacing a teacher, because teacher cannot be replaced, we understand that. But how can we make it more interactive in the way that the teacher's role can be supplemented by the robot? So that was a basic objective of having this project in mind. So we wanted the software which can create individual lesson plans. That is, if the student is not in school, if he or she wants to access from home, then everything should be available on the portal where he or she can even learn the lectures, see the lectures again and again. There was also one proposal wherein whatever was taught in the class, right? That normally the class duration is from 45 minutes to 1 hour. So that is too hectic. There was a survey conducted earlier which said that the effective time that the student is able to concentrate in the class is hardly 7 to 8 minutes. So after 7 to 8 minutes, whatever is taught may not be that fruitful for the student understanding level. So from that objective, we thought that we should be also, when we are recording the videos of the students or of the teachers teaching or the humanoid robot teaching, maybe we can have it in particular segment of 7 to 8 minute blocks. That means the video can be separated into that blocks and then it can be uploaded so that the student can actually access 7-minute videos and not entire 1 hour videos. because it's boring for the student also to see the entire stretch of video. So this was the objective that we thought about, and we are now in way of achieving it. And how can we make them self-sustainable? So skill building was also one of the aspects which we were concentrating upon, but we have kept it at a later stage because right now we are concentrating upon the subjects in particular, not the other tasks that we have. So the last few objectives that I have mentioned, the last two, that we'll be covering in our next phase of our project. So when we went for the literature review, a lot of points were there which needed more attention, and we concentrated upon basic these aspects. Dynamic website creation, because it may not be happening that all the people have in the rural areas, all the people have a mobile with them or a smartphone with them. So we needed some accessibility where we can have a general computer lab available to the students, and students can access from there whenever they are free. So dynamic website generation should be there. They may not be having all the equipments at home. So we need to give them that kind of facility where they can go to a particular outlet and they can access the material. Learning style research. Now, each and every student has a different style of learning. So how can we know that? For that, an aptitude kind of test is being designed, which can actually get all the features from the student, what is the learning capability, and accordingly we can try to customize each student's learning habits and accordingly give them the material. So this was awesome. Then we have multimedia learning research, which was again one important aspect where we wanted to introduce animation into the study material so that it is more understandable to the students. Students are more interested into it. It should not be typical board-based learning. So that was what we wanted to replace with. Adaptive education research, again adaptive according to the scenario. So again, this is skill based, which we want to go for in the future work that we are going to do. Semantic analysis, again understanding based on the students perspective of that particular assignment, or what are the applications. All this also needed to be delivered to the student, because many times it happens that student is learning something but the student doesn't know where to apply it, how to apply it. So that learning mechanism needs to be focused on. And translational service analysis, because sometimes it may happen that some videos of some subjects are very good, but they are not accessible in the local language. So we can provide a translational service analysis, which can actually give them a local language feel, and they can enjoy the whatever content is given to them using this particular service. The drawbacks here is, first drawback which I have not mentioned here is a mindset. Mindset needs to be changed of the teachers, of all the stakeholders, teachers, villagers, government, as well as the students and the parents, because they are not still, many of the students, many of the parents are not still adaptable to some supplement to a teacher, or they may think that okay, robot may not be that effective enough. So there's a lack of adaptation, lack of adaptive response, and lack of adaptive learner models. We need to prepare learner models here, and that is a huge task. So we are in almost midway of the preparation of it. So this is the importance of our research work that we are doing. This is an ongoing project, so I would not be able to, though I will be sharing some slides here which will give you some input on how this project is working. There are a lot of limitations, but I will not be focusing upon those limitations. So what we are building upon here is that there are different styles of learning. So style A, style B, style C. So according to that, we'll be preparing different modules, and the evaluation will be done based on those modules. So this is something which we have an adaptive architecture which we have made, which we have actually prepared. And here we are focusing upon the learner history and interaction. For this, we require the data of the previous years, how the student has performed, how the student has learned, what are his abilities. And based on that, we can have a small interaction with the student, wherein we can have a questionnaire filled by the student. And based on that, we can come to know what are the characteristics, what are the interaction and history. And based on that, we can create a learner model. And later that can be focused upon by creating a more adaptive model, which is actually, which can contain some rules and functions. And then we can have a domain model where we can have learning materials, that is text, images, video, exercises, and all that included subject wise. And this can be regularly revisited and feedback obtained from the learners, and then this can be improved. So this is something which we have been working on as far as the adaptive architecture is concerned. I've just prepared, I've just displayed here some work of our project that we have done. Now, suppose if I say that this we have done for particular colleges, this can be replicated for schools also, and we are moving in that direction. Suppose mathematics is there, which is the semester, subject, unit, topics, language selection also can be done by the student. And this is the portal that we have developed. Language preference can be anything of these. We can add more languages also if required. Now in Gujarat, we'll be implementing for Gujarat. Now this is for a particular college that we have done it. So we have not included the local language of Gujarati here because we have not done it for Gujarat. We have done it for some other college outside Gujarat. But we can replicate this for the schools also. So this can be the way in which the adaptive interactivity based flow can be there. Now this is the question, and what can be the answers, and the explanation of the answers can also be given properly. So if the student is not good in maths, they may have that choice of going through this and enhancing their abilities. What were the results? The first semester performance when we did it for, because this was an initial thing which we started in 2018-19. So we did it for a college first, and now we are focusing upon the rural education part. So here we saw that for particular universities, we have implemented it, and we have found that the performance has increased manifold. The first semester performance of the student on various parameters that we have designed have increased considerably. And there was an average increase in pass percentage of 1.2% relative to last year. I'll just go back again. Yeah. And dramatic increase in scores in maths and physics. So our concentration was basically on maths and science, and we want to replicate it for the schools also. So the college response is very nice. This is for another college that we have done it for, a university based college. So average increase in pass percentage is 13.5 relative to last year. So again, maths, physics, and graphics, these three dramatic increase has taken place. So this is something which we are finding that results are very encouraging, and we can take this to the next level in rural education. So this is our model, how we'll be proceeding right now for the rural education using humanoid robots. So this, we have the data set with us. Now we are focusing upon the robot generation, and robot is gathering knowledge. So that aspect we are working upon. So we have reached this stage, the third stage of this particular project, and we are working on it in a very good manner, and we are receiving support from many of the schools that we are visiting. So expected output is something like this, where a humanoid robot will be teaching the students just like a normal teacher is teaching. Assignment checking, everything would be available, and humanoid robot would be able to understand what each student is getting from this particular education phenomenon. We can later use blockchain also for creating our records and tracing the records and everything. So that can also be used. Now, these are some of the references that we have used for our work. And this is ongoing work, so I have not been able to display all the things that we have done over here. So with these words, I'm open to any questions. I have focused upon rural education in particular, but we, as a replica, we have prepared it for a college because it was easier for us to get college access right now. In the future, we are planning to have this implemented in some Gujarat-related rural schools, and this is a project which we are working upon. So this is a very, I'm very passionate about this project because this is very much required for our education system. I would be happy to answer any questions or any queries or any suggestions on this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this conference and share my views on what are the recent developments in rural education, smart education, I would like to call it. And I'm definitely open to collaborations. If anybody is interested to work in this area, they are welcome to contact me and we can go ahead in this direction.
Thank you. I would like to invite Dr. Justin Duell, sir, Associate Professor from Technic University, Delft, Netherlands.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cecil Downs.
Good morning, sir.
Hello. Okay. Hope you can hear me well. Hello. Yep, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we will start. Okay, so I will talk about usage of artificial intelligence in the context of monitoring mental health. So let me first motivate this work. Mental health is a serious problem. 1 out of 4 people globally will suffer from mental illness at some point in their life. In Europe, 83 million people are affected by mental health. 1 out of 5 of people, adult population in Thailand and New Zealand and Australia, suffer a diagnosis of mental illness each year. 10% of people in China and India, and around 1 out of 7 in Singapore have experienced a mental disorder at some point in their lives. So it's prevalent, as you can see, and only 1/3 seeks treatment. So 2 out of 3 people, 2 out of 3 patients never seek treatment. And moreover, there is a lack of psychiatrists. 45% of people live in a country where there's less than 1 psychiatrist per 100,000 citizens. So it's 1.7 psychiatrists per 100,000 people in China, 1 psychiatrist per 250,000 people in India, 2.6 psychiatrists per 100,000 people in Singapore, and 8 psychiatrists in 100,000 people in the EU. That's the median. So current clinical assessments and treatments require highly trained clinicians, and the treatments are typically subjective and time-consuming. And there's a need, of course, then there's a need for technology to assist clinicians. And so what we address in our research is, can we move towards automated, objective mental health assessments? So this is really about assessing mental health, getting objective scores by means of technology. That is then to help psychiatrists handle the large number of patients. And of course, the problem has only become worse due to COVID-19 in recent years. So it certainly hasn't improved. It's actually has gotten worse, the issue of mental health. Specifically, we deal with patients, two types of patients. One group is schizophrenia patients. The second group is people suffering from depression. When it comes to schizophrenia, there are three types of symptoms: positive, negative, and cognitive symptoms. Negative symptoms include alogia, which is poverty of speech; affective blunting, which is a reduction of how you show affection; apathy means lack of interest; social withdrawal; and attentional impairment. These are negative symptoms. The cognitive symptoms are, for instance, disorganized thinking, slow thinking, difficulty in understanding things, a lack of concentration, and so forth. When it comes to depression, what are the symptoms? Well, you have a long period of depressed state, also apathy, which is a negative symptom, significant weight loss, sleep disorders, restlessness, and so forth. So you have a number of different symptoms. And so negative symptoms, as I mentioned, and social cognitive deficits were observed in patients with depression. And negative symptoms and cognitive symptoms have to have a strong impact on the quality of life. They lead to poor function and a reduction in the quality of life of patients. To give one example, for instance, if you show a lack of interest, if you don't have much motivation, it will surely affect your job. Your superiors may think that you don't care about your job, and you may eventually lose your job because of that. So that obviously has major impact in your life. And so what is the core idea here? We have on the left side the symptoms that we would like to assess for a patient. And on the other hand, on the right side, you have social signals, so-called social signals, which we can measure, which are verbal cues, that is what you talk about, non-verbal cues, which is how you speak, the intonation, rate of speech, and so forth, facial expressions, body movement, and so forth. So you would like to use social signals, which can be measured, as I mentioned, to predict what's on the left side, meaning different types of symptoms, negative symptoms and cognitive symptoms. So we have two aims, to be more precise, to explore the correlation between, on the one hand, speech and motor cues, and severity of negative symptoms and social cognitive deficits in schizophrenia and depression. And once we have explored those correlations, we can use those to develop a pipeline for automated analysis of verbal and non-verbal content generated by schizophrenic and depressed patients. And that is for especially for monitoring and also to some extent for diagnosis. And here I show a sketch of the pipeline, how it looks like. And this is the first part. So we, first of all, have a multitude of sensors, which are installed in the room where the patient has a dialogue with the psychiatrist. And what kind of sensors are there? Well, we have webcam, Kinect sensor, which measures movements, and also lapel microphone, which records audio. And yeah, the patient and psychiatrist both wear one such microphone. From those measurements, we can then extract useful information. We can apply facial expression analysis, which gives us information about expression on the face. Then we also analyze the movements. That's by means of the Kinect sensor. The Kinect sensor records movements of the skeleton, as I have shown there in red dots. And yeah, we can analyze the movements of the limbs and the head and so forth. At last, from the audio, we can apply conversational analysis, prosodic analysis, which are nonverbal cues, and then also we can apply verbal analysis. We apply speech recognition. It gives us the text of what the doctor and the patient are talking about, and then we can analyze that text. I forgot to tell you that, of course, you can always ask questions during the talk. You can ask questions. All right. So next, once we have extracted all the information about the face and the movements and the speech, non-verbal and verbal, we can feed that into a machine learning system, which is in the center of the picture. And then the machine learning system actually makes two types of predictions. Number one is it provides a scale It provides the scale of severity, level of severity from normal to severe. That's one aspect. That's for monitoring patients. Secondly, what it can do is also do a triage, so it can distinguish healthy subjects from patients suffering from, on the one hand, either schizophrenia or depression. So it can do a differential, it can help in differential diagnosis. It can provide insights into the patient's condition and then help and give a score, a probability score about whether the patient is healthy, has schizophrenia or depression, and that can be used for them to make a final diagnosis, differential diagnosis. We have conducted two separate studies. The first one involves schizophrenia patients, 56 schizophrenia patients, and 26 healthy controls. And the second study, which started about 6 years ago, there we have three types of participants: schizophrenia patients, again, healthy control, but now also depressed patients. And for each, we have about 50. So 50 schizophrenia patients, 50 depressed patients, and 49 depressed patients and 49 healthy controls. Those participants were recruited by clinicians. I should mention that this work was done at the Institute of Mental Health. That's where the participants were recruited. Institute of Mental Health in Singapore. And it took a while because the participants are matched for age, ethnicity, gender, and educational background. Yeah, so all the groups have similar age, similar distribution of age and gender and ethnicity, and also backgrounds. And of course, all patients provided consent, and you have a table there where you can see we have information about the mean age, the range, and also the information about the gender and ethnicity and education. So you have actually, you have more or less a match, and the distributions are similar. Yeah. So that's about the patients. And now, what did the patients do? Well, we had an interview, a semi-structured interview between the patient and the psychiatrist. Semi-structured means that there are fixed questions, but additional questions could be asked. So there was some degree of improvisation possible. We started from a fixed set of questions, but then beyond that, the doctor could ask additional questions. The interview was conducted by a trained psychologist. There was no fixed time period, and there's no time limit for the interview, but usually the interview lasts about, on average, it lasts about 35 minutes. And there was no role playing in the interview, meaning that the patients just act as normal, spontaneously. And each interview was analyzed entirely. So we did not select particular portions of the interview, we analyzed the entire recording. And besides the interview, the patients also underwent certain tests and did participate in some surveys. In particular, they were assessed according to two different scales, assessed in terms of negative symptoms by the negative symptoms 16 score or scale, and also the PANSS scale, positive negative syndrome scale. That was both are to assess negative symptoms, and in fact, PANSS can also assess positive symptoms. Secondly, the cognitive symptoms were assessed by quite a few different tools: BACS, BLERT, GAF, PSP, TACIT, OSA, ER40. These are all different types of tools to assess cognitive symptoms. Some of them are questionnaires, some of them are tests. And just to give an idea of what the negative symptom scales are about, NSA 16 on the left side has 16, as the name suggests, 16 different scales. For instance, number 1, it says it's about the prolonged time to respond. restricted speech quantity, number 2, number 3, impoverished speech contents, number 4, inarticulate speech. So you see the first 4 about speech. And each patient is being assessed according to those 16 scores, NSC 16, but also PANS, and then all the other that I've mentioned. And the clinician then gives a score for each indicator. For NSC 16, there are 16 indicators. So for each of the 16, the patient will have a score. And then the same for PANS. There are 7 scores for positive symptoms, 7 for negative, and then general scores as well, 16. So we have a very detailed assessment of the patients, and we will use that assessment then to train systems to predict the scores automatically. Yeah. So now the scores usually have a number of levels, sometimes 6, sometimes more, different levels. But what we'll do is we will group those levels in 2 groups, 2 classes, as we call them. So we have low, class low means the symptom is not observed, unobservable symptom. So the patient does not have a particular symptom. Or class high, that means that the symptom has been observed. And we set a threshold, which is the median value across the participants. So if it's above median value, then the symptom is observed. If it's below, then the symptom is not observed. Okay. So I'm coming back here to the pipeline. We have first of all the sensors. Well, we have first of all the interview, the room, the 2 participants, meaning the doctor and the patient, and then we have sensors in the room, and the webcam, Connect sensor, and lapel microphone, and then we collect data, video, and also audio, and then we analyze that data using different AI tools, and then we have machine learning then to make predictions. So I will now concentrate on the different types of analysis, facial expressions to then verbal analysis. Okay, so we have microphones, we record speech, and here are some engineering aspects that I would like to briefly touch upon. We have the speaker separation, even though we have 2 separate microphones, one for the doctor, psychiatrist, and then one for the participant. We have to still do some processing, because some of the speech of the psychiatrist will be on the microphone of the participant and vice versa. So we have to remove interference from the other participants. So we apply so-called speaker separation. We detect interference and remove it. We use simple techniques for that. That's a speaker dialization, speaker separation. Secondly, we apply speech recognition tools, which converts the speech, which is audio, into text. And then for that purpose, we apply Caldi, which is an open source toolkit. And that's a tool that can be applied to multiple languages. I think also to Indian languages, I believe so, but definitely English. Then once we have the speech in text format, we can then analyze it. And what we do is something very simple, a bag of words tool. So we count how many words are there. So for each type of word, we count how often it occurs. And linguistic categories that we look at are feelings, personality, motivations, and also thoughts. So we have types of words, and then we count how often that particular type of word occurs in the speech. Also, we apply deep learning techniques to map the speech into a vector, and then we use that vector to do classification. So the vector has 100 dimensions, and the system automatically learns how to map the dialogue, which is in text format, into one vector. Of course, it's a bit hard to interpret what it does actually, but this can be useful for classification. In the previous approach that I mentioned, of course, we know exactly, we know what the categories are, and that's a bit more transparent. But in the deep learning approach, there is no such thing. The categories are learned automatically. And it's a little bit harder to understand what the categories mean, because it's not crafted by hand. They're not crafted by hand, the categories. Then at last, not at last, but next, let me say a few words about non-verbal speech features. So we assess aspects of the speech, such as the frequency, energy, and intensity, On the right side, you have all different types of subcategories of the prosodic analysis. So it's quite detailed. Literally, there are more than 1,000 different features which assess the audio and speech. We also investigate how the conversation is going along. We have so-called conversational cues. We count how many natural turns occur, how many interruptions, how many field interruptions, how many intersections. So that's all being counted. And it gives us a sense of how the conversation is going. For instance, mention here, but we also measure mutual silence, response time. For instance, if there's a long silence, that means something is abnormal, right? Because normally we'd expect two people to ask questions and respond. If there's silence, then that's a little bit weird. So that's a very useful indicator, the amount of silence. As I mentioned, we analyze also facial expressions. Facial emotion metrics, we compute facial expression metrics and facial expression dimensions. So that's all done by existing toolboxes, open source as well as commercial ones. Body movements, the Kinect sensor tracks so-called skeletal points marked in red in the picture, and you compute the locations of those points and also the speed, both linear speed as well as angular speed. Besides speed, we also compute accelerations, linear and angular. That's additional information that we use. So we have, as you can see, we have quite a few types of modalities that we apply. And we can extract a lot of information about the face, about movements, about speech, both verbal and non-verbal. And then we use that information, combine that information to make an assessment as in severity of the mental health, and also severity of schizophrenia in particular, or depression, and also for diagnosis, we can do triage. How is it done exactly? Well, I won't discuss, of course, details because it's a bit too technical. But what we do is we have actually multiple classifiers, for each type of modality, we have one classifier. For instance, we have one for spatial expressions, we have one for conversational dynamics, we have one for movements. So for all these different types of data and statistics, we have a classifier which votes whether or not, for instance, a particular symptom is present. And then we look at all the votes, we do probability averaging, and then we get the final vote. Yeah. And now I'll show you some results. Of course, we have many results because we have many different scores that we try to predict, and also different types of inputs to the system. I'll just do a high-level summary. So, for instance, here what I show is the prediction or the classification of depressed versus this is, I show the prediction of NSA 16 scores on the depressed and schizophrenia patients together. And this is for particular types of NSA 16 scores. Number one is NSA restricted speech. For restricted speech, we achieve 80% accuracy. For other ones, the performance is a bit lower. For some, it's very low. For instance, for NSA, one of the NSA scores is about hygiene. Now, we cannot assess hygiene from data, from that particular data set. So for that, we have low scores. But for aspects that we can assess, like basically how people communicate, that we can classify reasonably well and with decent accuracy, for 80% for restricted speech, how much a person speaks. Then for the PAN scores, we have reasonable results, about 70% for certain scores, specifically for total PANs, which is a global measure of the positive and negative symptoms. We have more than 70%. For the cognitive scores, we have reasonable assessments, reasonable accuracies, 80% roughly. The system can predict 8 out of 10 assessments correctly, which is quite good. And then here we look at the triage, distinction of different types of participants. So we have 4 different types of classifications: schizophrenia versus healthy, depressive versus healthy, schizophrenia versus depression, and then the 3 classes: depression versus schizophrenia versus healthy. And here we have quite good results. So for instance, D versus H, depression versus healthy, we have 84% accuracy. H versus S, healthy versus schizophrenia, 87%. So you can see that the accuracy is pretty high. 76% if you look at all three classes simultaneously. So depression versus healthy versus schizophrenia. The system is able to actually do triage, which can be useful in clinical practice, but what is more important in clinical practice is actually to assess the severity, which is what I talked about just now before in the previous slides. Let me find out some, findings. Findings about what is different in the patients, schizophrenia patients versus healthy, depressed patients versus healthy. I'll touch upon a few aspects that we observed. For instance, depressed patients smile less. They more often look downwards, meaning they try to avoid the person they're talking to, it seems, which may also indicate fatigue. They also have a longer response time, so they take more time to respond to questions. That's for depression patients. For schizophrenia patients, we found that they speak less, they have longer breaks, longer pauses, more silence, they laugh less, and they use words which refer to themselves more frequently. And these findings were also reported in literature, so it's not like we have found this. These are new findings; these are existing findings, but our study confirms them. And we also have some unique findings, new ones, which of course have to be confirmed in future studies. For instance, that in schizophrenia patients, there's less turn taking in the dialogues. And let me check. If you compare schizophrenia versus depression, we see that compared to schizophrenia patients, depressed patients have longer response time. So depression seems to lead to, more time. It requires, and depressed patients seem to need more time to respond to questions. That's something we found quite consistently. So these are subtle changes in behavior that we can use them to diagnose or to measure severity of mental health. So in summary, mentally ill individuals often have subtle changes in their social behavior and in communication patterns. We can use audio and video signals to detect such subtle variations, and that enables us to do holistic assessments which are objective and automated. And this may lead to long-term assessment of patients, mentally ill patients, and also then to evaluate treatments, as we can see how patients improve, hopefully, after treatment. That will allow us to assess treatments. So what we would like to do in the future is to interpret our results more holistically, to look at all the different findings and come up with a more holistic narrative about the patients. We would like to move from semi-structured interviews to fully unstructured interviews, like spontaneous phone calls between patients and friends and family, so which are unstructured. We would like to conduct interviews on smartphones. We have developed an app to record interviews and to analyze interviews as well. And as a new direction of analysis, we now look into how patients adjust themselves to the psychiatrist. So we look at the speech adaptation, how participants adjust to the ongoing conversation, and particularly how they adjust to the psychiatrist. We believe that patients are less able to adjust themselves to the psychiatrists, and there's less of mirroring in the dialogues in the case of patients. I would like to thank our team. We have, of course, fantastic PhD students who have done much of the work, research associates, and also collaborators at NTU in Singapore, and we are used to work now, as I mentioned, I'm at TU Delft, and also collaborators at the Institute of Mental Health who have been, we've done a lot of work, recruited patients, and helped us explaining our results. Okay, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. I request all the participants on the camera for the group photo.
Ya, apakah diberi persen atau sedang kan itu sebelumnya kan tidak ada. Jadi kemudian kolom paling belakang itu kalau nggak salah juga ada kolom nilai gitu. Jadi ya, sekarang kita serahkan maunya apa ada bab itu gitu loh nilainya terus berarti itu untuk berapa mata kuliah semua. Nah itu artinya ditekankan biar ini ya itu semua itu jadi format RDS-nya seperti itu artinya tetapi yang 40% itu berhubungan dengan objek sama kasus. Jadi terus CDL dan CDL dengan CDL.
Thank you so much, everyone.
When in a meeting or navigate to backgrounds and filters from your Zoom desktop app account settings. You have many options for what will be seen behind you while your video is on. However, it's important to note that these options have certain system requirements that vary depending on your device and the type of background you choose. Some of them will
Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to welcome all the participants to the technical session 1. Welcoming the session chairs, I would like to welcome Dr. K. Hemachandra sir and Dr. Welcoming to the session chairs, Dr. K. Hemachandra sir, Mr. Ipittu Reddy sir for technical session 1. There's a small instructions to the presenters. There will be 8 minutes of presentation. I would like to invite Jay T. Oliveris to present the paper on energy audit of a state university in the Philippines.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Allow me to...
There's a small announcement. There will be a 30 minutes of break. Sorry for inconvenience, sir. We'll continue lecture after the break.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Tutol, saan muna tayo?
Pwedeng halimbawa na-update ko na ay ibigay ko na lang yung cheque sa kanila
Oo.
tapos ay sila na ang mag-open sa account ko or i-encash ko pa ulit.
I see is something that
I would like to welcome session chairs Dr. K. Hemachandram sir and Dr. Mr. I. Pittu Reddy sir for the technical session. Welcome, sir. There's a small instruction for the presenters. There will be maximum 8 minutes of time for the presentation. Technical session 1A group will be in the main room, and technical session B will join the breakout rooms as the breakout rooms are open. I'd like to invite J.T. Oliveros, sir, to present the paper on energy audit of a state university in the Philippines.
Hello, good afternoon. Allow me to present my EPP.
Jessa, there is no sound. Please check your sound system, please. Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, audible.
So there is no voice in your presentation.
Voice signals using machine learning.
आपका टेबल अरेंज So there is no more voice. Please check your voice sound system. Respected judges, can we move to the next session?
Share system with you.
Respected judges, can we move to the next participant with your permission? Or we should wait? Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Rendell S. Payne to present paper on modeling and stimulation of a 48 kV kW of grid solar PV power system using PVS system. Rendell S. Payne.
Hey.
So please share your screen. Rendell, sir, am I audible to you? Rendell, sir, am I audible to you? Rendell, sir, am I audible to you?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I use another device for the audio, but I will stay connected with my other device for the presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah. So please share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Right. Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I am Professor Randall Espina. I also have 3 colleagues in doing this project. So the title of my study is about modeling and simulation of a 48 kilowatt peak off-grid solar PV power system using PV system. Economic mobilization is mainly driven by fossil-based fuels that are now dwindling and affecting the environment. Renewables are being viewed as viable options for generating energy to support development. Further, rural communities remain largely disconnected from the grid in many developing countries. The study modeled and simulated a 48 kilowatt peak off-grid solar PV system using PV cells to provide adequate electricity to a remote and electrified village in the Philippines. So for a comprehensive understanding of the site, surveys and focus group discussions were conducted to determine the electricity needs and other uses of the electricity. The 48 kilowatt peak of grid was able to produce 76.69 megawatt hour of solar energy. Solar PV is a suitable power technology that can deliver clean electricity in even the most remote locations. However, the community may be unable to afford the tariff due to the high cost of installing and maintaining an off-grid solar PV power system. For a fully subsidized off-grid solar PV that can generate 76.69 megawatt hour of energy, the tariff is $0.26 per kilowatt hour. Nevertheless, grants are difficult to find. For a 75% subsidized or maybe funded by a bank, the tariff is about $0.35 per kilowatt hour. This paper demonstrates the robustness of PV cells in modeling and simulating the off-grid solar PV power system in analyzing its economic viability. So what is an off-grid solar PV power system? An off-grid or standalone solar PV is a power system with PV panels, battery storage, inverter, and backup generator that is not connected to any electrical grid. So PV cells is basically developed by the Swiss researchers, wherein they can be used for sizing and designing a complete solar PV power system. There are 7 steps in modeling using PV cells: solar PV configuration, site information, solar PV orientation, users' needs, system design, detailed losses, and economic evaluation. So this is the location of the solar PV. This is the bird's eye view. So Mandaya, Amakupa is a small Mandaya village in the Philippines. Mandaya refers to an ethnic group or indigenous community in the Bao de Oro, Philippines. So prior to the start of the study of the design, we conducted surveys and discussions with the community people to understand their concerns about electricity. This is the main interface of the PVCs, indicating the desired project design and setting of the database's use of tools and other information. This is the first step in the PVCs process where you can define the configuration of the solar PV power system. This is the interface for most of the activities performed in PVCs, starting from site information in solar PV orientation to simulation. There are 3 solar PV configurations: off-grid, grid-tied, and the hybrid configuration. So Macupa is about 35 kilometers from the town of New Bataan and about 130 kilometers from the city of Davao. It has a latitude of 7.5 degrees north and a longitude of 126 degrees east. Macupa has a population of 87 families. With a tilt angle of 7 degrees and an azimuth angle of 67 degrees, the average global incident radiation was 4.75 kilowatt hour per square meter per day. This is the best position for the solar PV panels to be suitably put in the identified site. So based on the discussions with the community, so they need about 210.10 kilowatt hour per day. Then they are using LED for lighting purposes, and additional 24 kilowatt hours are allocated for vital services such as rice and corn millings. So to optimally design an off-grid solar PV system, the first is to know the size of the solar PV array. Hence, there's a need to determine the technical specifications of the solar PV panels and select an appropriate inverter. Improper selection of an inverter may not optimize the production of electricity. Moreover, there is a need to determine the optimal combination of batteries in the backup generator. Shown is the interface to size the solar PV panels, inverters, batteries, and backup generators. In the study, we tried using 160 pieces of solar PV modules, 10 sets of off-grid inverters, and 160 units of battery with a backup generator. This is the typical layout of an off-grid solar PV system, as can be seen in PVSys. Then these are the detailed doses. So except for the soiling loss, I used the same data that are presented in PVSys, but for soiling, regular cleaning should be performed to minimize soiling-related losses. There are many reasons for installing a solar PV power system. One is to save on cost, clean electricity use, and electricity provision to unelectrified communities. The total cost of installing the 48 kilowatt peak solar PV off-grid system is about $210,000. This price does not include the distribution system anyway. Included are 105,000 depreciable assets covering solar panels, inverters, and various accessories. Further, the annual operating expense for the lane operation is about $19,000 per year. This is the interface for the economic evaluation using PVSys. The crucial information to understand solar PV systems are energy production and the system's viability. The table shows the energy balance and mean results of simulating the off-grid solar PV power system. Variation in monthly radiation level affects the monthly production of energy. The installed off-grid solar PV system with the backup generator can produce up to 76.69 megawatt hour per year to meet the electricity demand of the community. A backup generator supplements the energy collected from sunlight. The performance ratio is the ratio between the energy supplied and the nominal energy of the solar PV array as specified by the manufacturer. As modeled, we have 76%. The solar fraction is the amount of energy supplied by the solar PV divided by the total energy needed. The design achieved a 84.7% efficiency. The normalized production is shown in the figure showing the energy supplied to the end users. There's also unused energy stored in battery storage. There are significant losses during electricity collection, storage, and delivery. These issues can be addressed as part of the off-grid solar PV implementation, where actual data can be collected. After determining the energy production, there's a need to know the viability of the system. The figure shows the tariff or the unit cost versus the payback period. The values were obtained by running PVSys with multiple scenarios, altering the tariff from $0.45 to $1.60 per kilowatt hour, assuming no subsidies, 25% subsidy, 50% subsidy, 75% subsidy, and full subsidy. This is the interface for $0.30 per kilowatt hour with 100% subsidy. This is the perspective of the model of grid solar PV system as recommended by the PVSys. The actual implementation of the project in the community, the distribution system. Also, we have the monitoring system. And these are also the community who benefited the project for lighting, for milling, and for other industrial operations. And in conclusion, the 7 steps of PVSys to model and simulate provided the optimal design of a 48 kilowatt peak off-grid solar PV power system for the Macopa village in the Philippines. The optimal electricity tariff was set at $0.26 per kilowatt hour for a fully subsidized and $0.35 for a 75% subsidized off-grid system. Other tariffs can be set for other subsidy options. PVSys simplifies modeling, saves time and money, and expedites the prototyping and validation of design ideas and assumptions. So that's all, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the judges?
Rizal, good morning. Actually, your presentation is really fantastic. and the way you made the design and you have implemented is awesome. And I have only one doubt in this. The thing is, if the population increases in future, might be we need to change the total system, or how we can be implemented. Whether this 48 kV is enough for them.
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, we can easily expand the solar PV. If you notice, we use 10 inverters, meaning we can add additional inverter if there's a need, not to really add solar PV to provide power to the newcomers in the community.
And that cost also can be managed, or it will be expensive.
I think it is more expensive because we have to buy it by small quantity, no? So meaning it's higher compared to buying the quantity in bulk.
Okay. So when you implementing this in real time, have you done the simulation part?
Yeah, actually, we really started first now with the simulation. Then from there, we tried understanding how to optimize, because we initially started with 140 panels. We also considered 180. Then we found that 160 is the best option for the community.
Okay. And how in which software you have done this simulation? MATLAB or Simulink?
PVSys, the software is PVSys, yeah.
PVSys.
From Switzerland.
Okay. And I would like to ask you one more thing. Whether as we are going with this solar panel, can we have that hydrogen cell, fuel cell? Can we have those kind of things like hydrogen fuel cell? In place of solar panel, we can go ahead with the proton exchange membrane fuel cell, right?
Yeah, we can do that also. Actually, we can even use solar PV to produce those hydrogen, or we can use, meaning they can work together.
Because suppose if the climate is dull and there is no the sun's light will be there, then might be a problem of storing the energy.
Yeah, that's the reason we have the backup generator. We have actually 2 backup generators prepared for it, no? Since in the locality we found that there's actually a 4 to 5 days without sunlight, meaning during rainy seasons.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Any question from Pitu Reddy, sir? So shall we move to the next presenter?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Mohammad Maharfa Rahib, sir, to present paper on analysis of impact of quality assurance and quality control on construction projects using RII method. So we are not audible to you. Please check your sound system. Mohammed sir, we are not audible to your presentation. So there is no sound. We are unable to hear you, sir. There is no sound. So there is no sound in your presentation. Mohammed sir. Mohammed sir, just leave the meeting and start again, which link which has given to you, and just join with the audio computer. Then it will give sound to your system. Just do that, sir. Respected judges, can we move to the next presenter with your due permission? So there is no voice in your presentation. So there is no voice in your presentation. Respected judges, can we move to the next presenter with your permission?
This table shows the groups and the ranking of the RN. The findings say funding related issues is the first because it has the highest impact. Taking which is issue of duration. Issues. But also funding still follows. Missionary related issues. Mission issues also affected it, which is a night. It's also initial category is issues. The duration that takes the completion of a project also affects the quality. When a project is estimated, example, it takes up around 10 months to complete it. There are some issues that we have. As a result of the delay in completion, have some deteriorations, effects may likely occur some parts or essential parts of the project or essential parts of the project. So, issue is also the second one. The issue is the first one. Management issue, the relationship between the management and the workers on site also affects the quality of construction work. Spectrum of given that also affects the quality of construction. At the end, decisions were made. Submitted that. So be effective. Maybe there is an agreement. It should be made, let's say 50, 30, and 20. Clients should not hold contractors without being paid. That is also an effect. To exhibit the habits of being. The second recommendation is scheduling the inception stage of construction project. So when there is no any construction process, it's supposed to be handled. It will also affect the duration. It will now affect the cost. And it will now affect the timing. So the scope of the project. The project is supposed to certain scope. Practice or clients should not go out of the scope. The scope will now affect the cost, to affect the duration, to affect the timely completion of the project, and to affect also the project. We also recommend that contractors and clients should check and maintenance of plants and equipment. When there is expected is being executed, the quality of that construction process will be affected. Especially, for example, mixers, cranes, and plants faces the problem of breaking down the construction process. The quality of that particular project will affected. So, maintenance and regular storage. Issue of manpower also we recommend that work at force. Construction firms and construction company or contractors. Workers should be upskilled. They should learn important skills of construction process so that you blend the construction process quality for issue of management, communication and quality among the project. You should also do. Committee should also be given to construction team, the engineers, site managers, the skilled laborers are also supposed to be communicating what they will know what is expected of them in the execution of construction process. The issue of product this is so rampant in various country here. Supervise them from the supervisor, that's what stay faithfully supposed to be. You will now hiding some issues that are supposed to be exposed in terms of quality of the project and engagement. So that will not affect the quality. Measures are supposed to be taken, take measures on punishing the government officials or independent bodies, so that the quality of those projects will now be attained the way they are supposed to be attained.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges? Yes, sir. I would like to invite Lim Fun Ji to sir to present the paper on migrating data from document-oriented database to graph-oriented database.
Good afternoon. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible now.
Yeah, okay. I may start now. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Good afternoon to all judges, chairperson, and participants. The topics I'm going to present today is the migrating data from document-oriented database to graph-oriented database. For data migration is referring to a transferring of data from one database to another database. This database can be in the same type or can be within the different type of database. For NoSQL databases, there are a few types of different NoSQL databases. The difference among the databases of NoSQL is for each type of NoSQL, database has its own data model. And the implementation of the data model and the database, okay, is different, even though the database is at the same type. And for different types of NoSQL databases, there are different query language that used to manage the data. So for this table is the summary of the comparison for document-oriented database and graph-oriented database. For the document-oriented database, the data is stored in a JSON format, in which each record is called as a document, and each record is represented by a key values. And for graph database, data is stored as a node, in which this node can be connected, okay, to form a network. So therefore, as we can see the sample of this data record for the database. At the left-hand side, this is the sample of record for the MongoDB. As we can see that, okay, so the ID field actually is the key value used to identify the unique records. And for the Neo4j nodes, which is a graph-oriented database, the data is stored as a node. Each node is representing a record, and each node is connected to each other. So therefore, for the differences between the database here, the data model is different. So therefore, the migration of data need to be considered on the data model. So for our research, okay, we are going to discuss the migration of data between different types of NoSQL database, okay, with the objective. Objective 1, examine the sequential algorithm that migrates data between NoSQL databases. Objective 2, examine data schema of the targeted database to support data model of the original data source. In order to examine the migration algorithm and the data schema, so we have the research has proposed the record-to-record migration. So in this record-to-record migrations, which is the algorithm is depicted by the flow chart in the slide here. And for the algorithm, they consist of 5 main steps. The first step is to access each record or document in the MongoDB. Okay, so within each record, every single field will be accessed and detected. So while when we detecting each of the field, the data type and the structure of the field will be detected. So from there, okay, from the detection result of the data type, then the algorithm is going to decide the data schema or the data structure that the data is going to migrate. So after that, the next step is to migrate the data to the determined data structure. Then the last step is to verify the values of the migrated data with the source, with the data source. So this verified value is also applying the record-to-record migration. So this is our proposed target data schema. For example, we are migrating the data from the MongoDB to the Neo4j, which is a graph-based database. At the left-hand side, this is a sample of field within a MongoDB document. And the right-hand side, okay, this is the sample nodes with the properties, okay, which is also referred to the fields, okay, of this Neo4j graph. As for the simple field, such as name, permanent link, this simple field actually is a string type of data type. So for the simple field, it's going to directly migrate to as a property in the Neo4j node. And for our proposed data schema for the complex field, for example, at our right-hand side here, there is a complex field. For funding rounds, for example, it's an array of objects. However, in Neo4j node does not support embedded nodes, means that there is a node within another node. But for MongoDB, it's supporting object within a document. So hence, therefore, our proposed data structure for the Neo4j, when the migration of complex field to the Neo4j, the data will be separate into another node, where the node will be linked to the same similar nodes with the same ID by creating the relationship between the nodes. So for our experiment result, the comparison result will be written in the text file. Okay, so this is part of the comparison result, in which the comparison result for the document and the nodes, okay, you show the field name and the value of the field. If the comparison result is matched, then the result is showing match. Otherwise, it's going to show unmatched. In order to further verify our algorithm, so we have manually retrieved the data from the MongoDB and the Neo4j for manual comparison, as depicted by the figure in this slide here. The left-hand side, the MongoDB document, which the document ID is shown in here. And the funding rounds field, which is an array of objects, which consists of object 1 and object 2 in funding, and the fields within the funding rounds here is these are the fields there. So with the retrieve of the similar data from the Neo4j, we found that the data are matched. The data are matched. For example, the funded year here is 2005, as we can see in the Neo4j notes here, the funded year is 2005. Another example is the source URL, which is http pi.nw source, and in the Neo4j, they have the same value. So this further manual verification shows that our algorithm is able to migrate the data correctly, and the suggested data schema is able to support the original data without sacrificing the data quality. So for the conclusion and the future development of our research, okay, with the sequential method, migration method, data is migrated to the designated database. Proposed data schema is able to support the source data by additional nodes with the relationship to maintain the integrity of data. For our future development or research, we are planning to study or examine on different types of database and with different types of complex data structure. Thank you. Yeah, this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Shall I stop sharing?
Respected judges. So there is question from Puttur Teddy sir. That is, what is the problem about the database and why should be migrated?
There is where is the problem of our database? Why should be migrated? Migration of database is not necessary because of the problem of the database. It's because maybe under the distributed environment, there is a different cluster of databases is being installed in different server, where different server may have different type of database, and then the sharing of database into a different type of database is necessary in certain situation. So therefore, the migration of data is required. This is one of the reasons.
So any more questions from him, Sandrachar? Thank you, sir.
Okay, shall I end the sharing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We'd like to invite our next presenter, Annalene Nagayo, to present the paper on control and monitoring system of a smart hybrid powered integrated soil-less farming facility with a fuzzy logic-based decision support model for crop planning to enhance agriculture sustainability.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello,
Do you hear my voice?
Yeah. Your voice is audible, ma'am.
Okay. Do you see the screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Ready. Okay. Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. This is Annalyn Montesinos Nagayo. I'm a lecturer from the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Al Musanna, Sultanate of Oman. And I'm here to discuss our project entitled Control and Monitoring System of a Smart Hybrid Powered Integrated Soilless Farming Facility with a fuzzy logic-based decision support module for crop planning to enhance agricultural sustainability. So this paper describes the design and operation of the following subsystems as an enhancement of the existing aquaponics greenhouse within the campus. So this is done in order to continually promote agricultural sustainability. So in this project, we combine or we integrate aquaponics and aeroponics to have a complete soilless farming facility. IoT-based smart and control monitoring systems for the aero aquaponics greenhouse using particle photon microcontrollers linked with sensors and actuators are done. So in this project, we designed a 2.8 kilowatt microhybrid renewable energy, meaning using wind and solar energy conversion system. Also, plant health monitoring module utilizing Raspberry Pi microcontroller interface with a Pi camera was done. Then a fuzzy logic-based decision support system for crop planning was implemented using MATLAB. Okay, so here is the project block diagram. As you can see, in this block diagram, we have two embedded systems, particle photon 1 and particle photon 2. Particle photon 1, okay, is used to monitor the water quality parameters in the aquaponics system, meaning that would be the water temperature, the water level, the pH, the DO, the EC, total dissolved solid, and the salinity, ORP, in the RAS, recirculating aquaculture system. And then we have particle photon 2, which monitors the greenhouse and the aeroponics environmental parameter, including the air and the air chamber temperatures, relative humidity, carbon dioxide level, lighting, and also the moisture inside the aero chamber. So based on the red parameters, the particle photon 1 and 2 would execute the following operations: acquire and process data from various sensors via signal conditioning circuit, compare the sensor read value with the reference level, and then activate the actuators to perform controlled operation when the measured parameters are outside of the design limit. Then all the data are published in the ThinkSpeak and Particle Cloud, and also in our designed mobile application. Then the greenhouse parameter and the aquaponics parameter are exported to MATLAB in order to run the fuzzy logic DSS for crop planning. And by the way, let me give an introduction first of what is aquaponics. So when we say aquaponics, it is the process of growing fish in recirculating aquaculture tank and then plant in hydrobed. So the fish defecates ammonia-rich waste directed into the aquaculture tank. And then as the water is circulated through the hydrobeds, active bacteria transform dissolved waste nutrients into organic fertilizers required for plant development. In exchange, the water is pumped back into the aquaculture plant, roots filter and introduce oxygen. While in aerophonic system, the plants are grown in air mist or air mist environment. So the system irrigates the plant roots hanging within the chamber with mist nutrients at a specified time interval, while the leaves as well as the branches are exposed to air and sunlight outside of the growth chamber. So here's a designed IoT-based aerophonics control and monitoring system. So the particle photon 2 was programmed based on the threshold value stated in our previous project, so reference 5 to 7, and also authors 13 and 14 for each sensors, allowing the best possible production yield of vegetable crops like water spinach, lettuce, basil in the hydroponic bed and aquaculture aero growth chamber. So here's the sample of the results for our aeroponics control and monitoring system. As you could see, since the greenhouse temperature is 33 degrees Celsius and the aero chamber temperature is 31.3 degrees Celsius, the exhaust fan is activated. Now for the evaporative cooler, since the temperature in the greenhouse is 33 degrees Celsius and the relative humidity is 35 degrees Celsius, so it's turned on. Then, since the moisture level in the grow bed is dry, the misting system was activated. And then the lightning voltage or the LDR voltage is above 3 volts, so indicating that it was dark in the greenhouse. That's why the greenhouse grow lights are turned on. Here is the designed IoT-based aquaponics control and monitoring system. So particle photon 1 was programmed according to the permissible level recommended for each sensor by the previous works of authors 5 to 7, 11, and 21 in order to maintain appropriate water conditions for plants and fish. So for the sensors, we use Atlas Scientific pH sensor, then DO sensor also from the same company, then conductivity scale 1.0 sensor for the EC, TDS, and salinity, and for ORP we use Atlas Scientific ORP sensor. Then for the water temperature, we use a waterproof DS18B20. So here's a sample of our aquaponics control and monitoring system output. Since all the parameters are within the designed limits, so no actuators was turned on. Now for the design of the renewable energy conversion system, so during summer, the soilless farming facility requires 5,920 watt-hour each day, while during winter, it requires 4,380 watt-hour per day. So we designed it based on the climatic condition in Al-Mulada, Oman. Okay, wherein the sun hour is around 5 hours, while the wind speed is 5 kilometers per hour at the height of 25 meters. So the system was simulated using Homer, and the actual implementation system was also done. So for the solar PV, we use a 1.8 kilowatts solar PV. So we use 6 solar panels with 300 watts each, 24 volt rating. For the wind turbine, we use 1 kilowatt hour, 1 unit. And then for the deep cycle battery, so in the simulation, we have 6 units of 12 volts, 200 ampere hour, because considering of the loss, we use 8 units of 12 volts, 200 hours deep cycle battery in the actual implementation. So for the inverter, we use a 1 kilowatt, 1 unit inverter. So here's the results for our hybrid solar power system. So this is the generated voltage, and we were able to monitor it using particle photon. So we can monitor the batteries 24 hours, 7 days a week. Okay, now for the fuzzy logic-based DSS for crop planning, we use pH, the temperature, the RH, and the sun exposure time as the inputs, the fuzzy inputs. While the output will tell us the yield for the water spinach, lettuce, and basil, depending on the season. So the fuzzy sets and the related range were developed based on authors 5 to 7 and the farmers' recommendation. So we had an interview with the farmers and our location, Almusana. And then they gave us the parameters, okay, that they use in order to grow plants in the area. So here's the rules. So here's the sample rule. So if pH is 6.8, the temperature is 33, RH is 60, and the sun exposure time is 8. So the highest yield will be for the water spinach. And then we have average yield for lettuce and basil, because water spinach can grow during summer season. Okay, for lettuce, it will be grown on winter season. For basil, it's between the winter and the summer season. Then this is the Raspberry Pi plant health monitoring system. So the plant leaf images were gathered using the Raspberry Pi camera, and we used it as the data sets for the teachable machine to generate the trained model. So image classifier was trained using 2 classes, healthy and unhealthy plant. So each with over 200 samples of healthy and infected plants. So the trained model was exported as a TensorFlow model that was encoded in Python using Keras. So the Python script for image classification was run on Raspberry Pi to provide the prediction based on the captured image and the trained model. So if the prediction is greater than 70, the plant is healthy. Otherwise, it is considered as unhealthy or infected. So once inspected, we will notify the farmer. So the Raspberry Pi will send a supervisory alert signal to the ThinkSpeak cloud. So 50 samples were tested. So out of 50, 28 were healthy plant leaves, were identified correctly, and the 19 infected or unhealthy plant leaves were properly identified. So 2 leaves were identified as infected, but actually it's healthy, and 1 leaf was identified as healthy but unhealthy. So this would give us an accuracy of 94%. So the errors were due to the low quality image captured by the RPi camera, as well as some motion artifacts when we take the pictures, especially when the exhaust fan are on, so the plant leaves are moving. And in order to improve this plant health monitoring system, so we're going to gather more samples and then train again new model. So as a conclusion, IoT was implemented in soilless farming, allowing for continuous and real-time monitoring of environmental parameters, water quality indicators to assure healthy development of fish and plants in the hydrobed and in the aeroponics grow bed, as well as the fish in the aquaculture tank. So the entire agriculture facility was continually powered by wind and solar driven energy conversion system. So this promotes agricultural sustainability by lowering the operational costs for electricity, water consumption, and fish feeds and plants nutrients. The Mandami FLDSSCP using AI in agriculture is used to assist farm owners and plant administrators in determining which vegetables or crops will be suitable and produce at high yield based on the microclimatic parameters in the designed farming unit. Plant health monitoring system is also able to distinguish between healthy and unhealthy plants. So for future work, incorporation of DSS based on deep learning algorithms can be done. Adding sensors to test other water quality parameters like total ammonium nitrates and other nutrients that plants require to grow. Then we need to train more plant leaf samples to increase the accuracy of the plant monitoring system to make it more than 94%, and developing an interactive Xiaoxiao web's application program for information dissemination on how to set up a smart soilless farming facility. So here are the references we consulted in developing this project. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the respective judges? Ma'am, there is question from Uttu Reddy sir. How accurate does the sensor work?
Actually, the Atlas Scientific sensors, when we buy it, there is calibration solution. Okay, so before testing all the sensors, we were able to calibrate it. Okay, so the calibration of the Atlas Scientific sensor was done accurately. So almost 100% of the reading, whatever is the calibration reading, that is the reading of our sensors. And then for the DHT11, we have a difference of around 1% or less than 1% for the DHT11, and also for the DS18B20. So basically, I can say our sensor system was accurate 99% most of the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions from the respected judges?
Okay, thank you too.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you too.
I would like to invite Bindu PV ma'am to present the paper on data and date fruit classification model using deep learning.
Thank you, ma'am, but I couldn't share the screen. It shows another person is sharing. Okay, now it's possible.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible now?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Okay, fine. A very good afternoon to another present here. I welcome you all to my presentation on date fruit classification model using deep learning. These are the contents. I would like to start with abstract, objective introduction, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and future scope, references. Nearly 80% of the fruits produced in the Sultanate of Oman is date fruits. It's the main agriculture crop in the country. Sophisticated technologies are applied to improve the date fruit production in the country, but still the post-harvesting operations like date fruit sorting and all in the infant stage. Manual sorting needs more time and the accuracy of the sorting is not perfect. So this paper presents a date fruit classification system based on deep learning. We used 4 different classes of date fruits and we could categorize the input into the particular class. Actually, a date fruit classification is little challenge because of its visual similarity, but we could attain a validation accuracy of 97.2%. In Oman, we have different varieties of dates with different shape, size, texture, and color. Hardness and shape of the same dates vary due to their maturity level also. So traditional classification method like a visual inspection by human beings, it's challenging and not perfectly accurate. We have 2 quality factors for categorizing dates. One is internal quality factor and the other one is external quality factor. Sweetness of the fruit, its smell, flavor, taste, etc. defines the internal quality factor, while its color, shape, size, etc. contribute to the external factors. But some factors like toughness, crispness, firmness, etc. can be considered as internal or external quality factor. Let me explain the methodology used. In the data set, we used 4 types of dates: Ashwa, Galaxy, Mesdul, and Manafi. Convolutional neural network is used as the architecture for the classification. The input image is given to the convolutional layer. Convolutional layer along with the pooling layer works as the feature extraction layer. And the output layer is fully connected dense layer. It classifies the extracted feature. So here input is input image is given to the convolution layer. Convolution layer output is given to the polling layer. The final fully connected dense layer provides a classified output. Convolutional layer is used to extract the features in the input image. The expression for the convolution is given here. Here, X indicates the input image and H indicates a 3x3 kernel matrix. So here I took a patch of the image 5x5 matrix and the kernel image is of 3x3 matrix and the convolved result is given here. This convolved output is given to the polling layer. Polling operation reduces the dimensionality of the input layer. We have two modes of polling operation. It can be either max polling or average polling. Max polling means from a given patch, maximum value will be considered. In average polling, average value of corresponding patch is considered. In my work, I use the max polling system. Now about the final layer, output layer. The classification is done. And the output layer, it is based on the extracted features that occurs in the dense layer. Softmax actuation function is used in the final layer and the expression for softmax function is given here. In CNN network, we have three phases: training phase, testing phase, and the validating phase. For that, I categorized my image into three different folders, three different sections. The training procedure optimizes the parameters of the different layers so that the output will be an accurate prediction of the input labeled. Here, 70% of the image data is given as the training data. And I used a 1048 number of training data from each class. Error by propagation algorithm is used for training. And here the weight of the each neuron is updated using the expression Wj equal to Wj minus 1 minus alpha into dou E by dou W, where E indicates the error and is given as the difference of expected output minus difference of expected output and the predicted output. The training, once the network is fully trained, the remaining 20% data set is used for testing, and the results are shown here. As I told you, the dataset contained 1028 images of each class. The model was trained with the epochs of 10 in size. I used the RMS prop and Adam optimizer in the training model. So here, Mesdool, Menifee, Galaxy, and the Alpha are just correctly identified. Now, the validity of the algorithm was evaluated based on the validation accuracy and the validation loss. If the validation accuracy is near to 1 means perfect system. Here, depending on the number of epochs, the validation accuracy and the validation loss is changing. If the number of epochs is 1, validation accuracy is less, nearly 0.8, with the validation loss 0.079. But as the number of epochs increases from 1 to 10, validation accuracy increases and the validation loss reduces. It's for RMS prop optimizer. Now the maximum epochs I used is 30. I could achieve a validation accuracy of 0.965 and a validation loss of 0.1010. Now, I did the same testing training phase with the Adam optimizer also. Here for the number of epochs 1, validation accuracy is 0.8093 with the validation loss of 0.7942. And the number of epochs 30, validation accuracy reached 0.97 with the validation loss of 0.098. The performance of the model, proposed model for RMS optimizer is given in the graphical form also. So here along the horizontal axis, it is number of epochs, and along the vertical axis, it is validation loss and the accuracy. So if the number of epochs increase, validation accuracy is coming near to 1, and the validation loss is getting less, near to 0. In conclusion, our system could classify the input image into 4 different classes. We used 4 different types of date fruit like Aishwa, Galaxy, Manafi, and Meshdut. For the model, CNN network was used with RMS prop and Adam optimizer with a step size of 10. And the proposed model could attain classification accuracy of 97.2%. These are my references. Thank you. I could include only 5 references as a token.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions from the respected judges? So can we move to the next presenter?
Ma'am, can I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I would like to invite Kezil Sangzil to present the paper assessment of selected hill slope stability.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Not yet, ma'am. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Oh, it's not sharing. Is it? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah. We can see your screen, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So should I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Okay. So hello, good afternoon to all the honorable dignitaries of this conference. And my name is Kezir Sangzali, and I'm doing my PhD under the guidance of Dr. Rebecca Ramatswani at Mizoram University. And firstly, coming to the abstract, to assess the slope stability on hill slopes in area like hilly region, 2 sites were selected, that is S1 and S2, Bongkon and Kulikon, in which soil samples were collected in 3 layers of each slope at a depth of around 30 to 60 centimeter. And according to the field observation, the slope angle and the slope height at the site 1 are 45 degree and 13 meter. Similarly, at site 2, the slope angle and slope height are 16 degree and 15 centimeter. So Geo5 software was used to perform a limit equilibrium method analysis to assess the stability of slope in the selected area. The data obtained from field observation and the laboratory tests were implemented during the analysis, and based on the parametric studies, it was concluded that the slope gradient has a consequential impact on the slope stability. I am audible, right?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Coming to materials and methodology, as we can see in the flowchart display, the first point is select the study area, and then research and characteristics of the study area. After the geotechnical investigation and the site investigation, that is the slope morphology, under that slope height and slope angle is coming. And then under geotechnical investigation, laboratory testing, that is geotechnical laboratory testing. And depending on the results, the slope analysis were run based on GO5 software so that factor of safety can be produced. And this is the study area. As we can see, this is the map of India. And then here is northeast part. And then the black color is Mizoram state. So among Mizoram, the yellow color is Aizawl, which is the capital of Mizoram. And here, these are my sites. That is Bongkon and Kulikon. Bongkon is the site 1, Kulikon is site 2. And here, the picture shows the site locations of the selected slope. First one is site 1, second one is site 2, and then the location and characteristics of the selected slope were presented in table 2. The AMC ward number is Aizawl Municipal Council warding wise number, and then the coordinate is shown, and then the slope morphology is shown. And then the table 2 and table 3 as the index properties of the soil sample, and then the engineering properties of the soil sample. So these index properties and engineering properties can be obtained from laboratory testing, and depending on the results we get, the soil is classified based on UCS classification, that is Unified Classification System. And the soil types we got is CI, MI, ML, CL-ML, which means CI indicates intermediate plastic clay, and then the MI indicates intermediate plasticity of inorganic and organic silts, and then ML is low plastic silt types of soil, and then CL-ML is between clay silts and also silty clays of low plasticity. And this is the results which are already explained. And then in the next slide, coming to the slope stability analysis. A 2D limit equilibrium method of slope stability analysis is carried out based on the slope geometry and the soil parameters. And under liquid limit equilibrium method, there are 5 methods available, which are Fellness, Bishop, Spencer, Janbu, and Morgenstern Price. As we see in the table 2 here, here, as we see in table 2, there is the analysis results of free slope analysis, and then the next column is slope analysis with the combination of building loads and earthquake loads. And in column 1, free slope analysis is done. That means no additional loads, only the self-weight of the soil itself. Using that, the analysis is done. And then in the second part, the analysis with building loads and earthquake loads. And for building loads, 200 kilonewton per meter square is considered, and these building loads were considered based on the site investigation of the existing buildings around the site, around the location of the selected area. And this is designed based on the IS code, that is IS 456-2000. And then the earthquake coefficient, that is horizontal and vertical coefficient, is taken as 0.36 and 0.24. That is based on IS 1893 of table 2. As Mizoram, this Aizawl comes under the seismic zone, zone 5. And with the analysis result, we get the factor of safety. Table 4 indicates the factor of safety with the free loading analysis, and table 5 indicates the factor of safety with the building loads and the earthquake loads. So in the site, the observations of the building is done, and mostly the average is taken, that is G+3 buildings are mostly constructed. And then for seeing table 4, for site 1 and site 2, the factor of safety is in all methods, the factor of safety is above 1.5, in which the slope is considered to be safe according to AASHTO, that means American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officer. And for table 5, The factor of safety for the site S1 and S2 is, for all methods, it is below 1.5, in which building loads and earthquake loads are considered, and this is said and considered to be unsafe. That means the slope is prone to failure. So according to the studies and according to the results, the remedial measures or precaution for slope stability with building loads is given. And according to the research, both the selected slope having slope angles greater than 45 degrees, which indicates that, and depending on the results we get, the factor of safety is below 1.5. That is, they are prone to failure with the building loads. And then the remedial measures or precautions given is point number 1, the safe bearing capacity of soil for foundations should be checked and determined before any constructions of the building. Because here in hilly places like ISO, people doesn't consult the geologist or the soil engineer before constructing any building. So the slopes are prone to failure. And then second point is the building loads exceeding the safe bearing capacity of the soil calculated should be supported by combined footing strips or mat foundations, or even structures like a retaining wall on the excavated bent slope. And then the next point is, if a building with the same footing level is to be built near any hill slope or adjacent slope, the building should be designed so that the heavier components of the structure is on the upside to ensure better stability. That means setback types of buildings should be provided. And coming to the conclusion, the significance of slope stability analysis with the building loads and earthquake loads has been discussed, and limit 5 methods of limit equilibrium method has been used to analyze the slope stability, taking into the building loads consideration in the form of the vertical loads. And this data is programmed into Geo5 software, and then the factor of safety is found, and then the factor of safety against the slope sliding failure is reduced as the building loads and the earthquake loads are applied as shown in table 5. Then according to the findings, verifying the slope stability under seismic conditions, including the building load, is critical. We can experience 2 sorts of failure, that is local loss under the column footing near the hill, and total collapse of the slope, which means including collapse of the building. Then the numerous factors that determine the slope stability have been suggested, including footing loads and their relative placement. And under earthquake conditions, the factor of safety, as expected, as shown in table 5, as decreases. Then the factor of safety was similarly lowered while considering building configurations. And a further increase in foundation depth can improve the stability even more for these particular types of soil, which found in the selected area. Some precautions have been summarized in the previous page with considerations that can improve the slope stability further. So it was proposed that more research can be done on RCC building layouts for better slope stability. So that means future works are there. The parameters of the site, such as its topography, its drainage condition, seepage condition, groundwater condition, can be studied for further enhance so that we can get better stability for the slope stability analysis. So that's all. Thank you very much. Can I stop here?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the respected judges? Okay, sir. Any question from the Hema Chandra, sir? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
I would like to invite Abdullah Basikiu sir to present the paper on blockchain technology adoption in the context of Saudi Arabia, an imperial analysis for a future outlook.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, depends on your time zone. This is Abdullah Basuni from Yamba Industrial College, Saudi Arabia. Is my voice is clear?
Yes, sir, your voice is clear.
Great. So the research here is about blockchain technology adoption in the context of Saudi Arabia and empirical analysis for a future outlook. As you can see here, this is the content of this presentation. I'm going to discuss briefly the definition of the blockchain technology, then the adoption of this technology in Saudi Arabia, its status, current status, then what is the research question, research model, and the methodology used to verify or assess the situation in Saudi Arabia. Then I will briefly go over the resultant discussion and recommendation. So blockchain technology gained power and became a bit famous around the world recent years because of its power to assess digital transformation and to deliver value to the companies. There is an estimation of $9 trillion of blockchain technology by the World Economic Forum. And also it's expected to have or to reach 10% of the global GDP by 2025. Also, most governments and so many businesses already promoting and maintaining their competitive advantage by adopting the blockchain technologies and trying to put it in their business models. Also, many sectors started to adopt blockchain technology and developed the base to use the technology and its solution, consultation, and all related technological support to be part of their businesses and to run the business smoothly and with integration with other businesses and government parties. However, the level of adoption or the adoption itself is really varies between full rejection to full adoption, and there are so many companies are struggling between the full adoption and full rejection. So there is a wide spectrum of adoption experience across different government and business agencies. In Saudi Arabia specifically, there are a couple of initiatives and prediction about the blockchain technology, especially in the last 5 to 7 years. First of all, there is an expectation that the amount of trade that will use the blockchain technology will reach $25 billion in the coming 10 years. And the Saudi government already developing so many scenarios and strategies, one of them called the Saudi Blockchain Laboratory. And the aim of this laboratory is to test and experiment and do experiment on the solution related to blockchain technology to improve the government services. Also, the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority, or what is called in other countries the central bank, already enforcing linked or associated banks within the kingdom to use and utilize the blockchain technology in their transaction with the central bank from one point, and from the other point with them with their customers. Also, these initiatives already working in line with some other Gulf countries like United Arab Emirates and Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait. So it's the whole Gulf region adopting the whole the concept and trying to enforce the use of blockchain technology because of its safety and authenticity. So as I mentioned, there are so many agencies in Saudi Arabia, government and businesses already adopted the technology. So there are many companies and government agencies didn't adopted the technology. So the research question was to assist those early adopters and to figure out what are the components or what are the factors, especially the internal factors within those companies and government agencies, help them to adopt the technology here in Saudi Arabia. So the research model, or we selected TAM model, technology acceptance model, to assess the adoption here in Saudi Arabia, and it's a very famous, well-known theoretical framework, and easy to also to apply in the research in the research cases, most likely. So the component of the model or the theoretical framework can be derived from 5 constructs: perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, attitude toward the use, intention to use, and the ultimate objective of the theoretical model is the actual use of blockchain technology in Saudi Arabia. And this is the framework, consists of 6 hypotheses. So we adopted the questionnaire of 7-point Likert scale, sent to 1,500 businesses within the kingdom, and we could get only 740 legitimate responses, which is about 60% response rate. So when conducting the analysis, we used the structural equation modeling using Amos application, in addition to the SPSS. So the Cronbach alpha was above 88, which is acceptable. Then the in general, then the in detail result for each and every construct was also above the threshold value of 80%. Also, the coefficient, the path coefficient, were significant and positive for all the relationships. So all the paths were accepted. And here the reflection of those numbers on the graph presented earlier. The goodness of fit for the model also shows acceptable or reasonable fit between the data and the model. So the model can be said to be reasonably fit with the data. The data fit with the model. So as a conclusion remarks for the research, this research is aimed to help businesses and government agencies in Saudi Arabia to better understand how to adopt or what are the factors behind adopting blockchain technology within the limited resources, as you know, this is a fact. So if there is something that a company needs to invest really on and to have or to gain more outcomes, the construct of internal awareness or the attitude towards the adoption can generate much more outcome compared to the other construct. So the most valuable investment here in the internal factors will be the internal awareness of the attitude toward the adoption. In addition to that, more money can be spent on other construct, but the outcomes could be less beneficial compared to the internal awareness. For a future research, as this research already done in Saudi Arabia, this research can be done in some other countries to verify the model fitness or across the world. Also, multi-group analysis can be done also within the kingdom here to compare the result in different sectors and try to map those into this aggregate result in my research here. Also, I tried to have one responder from each company. Maybe if we included more than one responder from each company, that will help in reducing the level of bias in the research. That's all for this presentation. Please, you are welcome to ask any question if you have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation. I have a query in this, sir. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I'm here.
Sir, actually, this contextual texturing, all those things can we do with machine learning and itself. Why you particularly chose the blockchain for this?
Sorry, I couldn't understand your question, please. Can you repeat it?
What is the difference of using a blockchain where we can go ahead with machine learning concepts?
The blockchain is the technology used as a medium between the supply chain components, between the supplier and producer. So it is not that I'm assessing something comparable to the blockchain. Blockchain is the thing that is delivered and requested by the to be the medium of the transaction between suppliers and vendors.
Okay, so only for the transaction like fintech services, you will be using this blockchain, especially in your concept.
It's simply a secured way of handling the transaction between parties. But it's called blockchain technology.
Yeah. Fine, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Any other question, please?
Thank you so much, sir. So any more questions from the judges? Terry sir, any question from your side, please? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I would like to invite Talal Al-Sif, sir, to present the paper on a methodology for validating survey questionnaires in marketing research.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm presenting this paper as well on behalf of Dr. Talal Al-Sif.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. You can.
So hopefully you're not getting bored by having two successive presentations.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This presentation will be very quick. It's a long debate between qualitative and quantitative people. As you know, I don't want to say qualitative people hates qualitative people. Qualitative people always criticizing them, the quantitative people. So this is just to have some sort of a framework for especially marketing people and especially also for those in their early career, just to have some sort of methodology to validate their questionnaire without getting into the fight between qualitative, quantitative people. So the research problem here, working around the need to maintain validated data in quantitative qualitative research. As you know, marketing research often depends on qualitative methods to enhance the quality of quantitative data gathered, and the use of qualitative tools in quantitative research, such as interviews, may contradict the positivist paradigm, the anthropist paradigms, and the deductive approach. So the research aim here is to study or to propose, consistent methodology for validating surveys questionnaire in the absence of valid justification for using mixed methods. Also, the proposed methodology, this research includes a theoretical perspective that guides quantitative researchers in the selection of qualitative or exploratory instrument, but it is detached from the pragmatic perspective of both parties. So simply the research proposing somehow or some sort of steps to be followed in order to complete the validation process of a questionnaire when it is used in marketing research. So this is, I can say, a logical sequence, starting with conducting a literature review related to the selected items, to choose the relevant measures and to assess them, then to conduct discussion and interviews with the focus group that has, let's say, no direct relation to the measure, to help in better understanding and better developing the measures. Then from there, we can go to the expert judge, to the expert in the field about the validity of the items. Then from there, we can go to the quantitative analysis and fully validating the methodology, the surveys used. So we are here proposing more of triangulation methodology rather than mixed methods. We are taking the power of the triangulation by establishing content, construct, and face validity of the survey questionnaire. And also this is maybe much more applicable to the marketing researchers in their early career path. But for the experts, they may have some other ways to conduct their research in a better way and without contradicting their beliefs. That's it. Again, please, if you have any questions, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges? Sister? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I would like to invite Roger D. sir to present the pattern analysis of the Eastern Polyedra, 3 major ethnic groups worn native attire.
Is my slide, it is visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, your slides are visible.
Okay, thank you po. So to our esteemed evaluators and co-presenters, a pleasant afternoon. I am too pleased to present our paper entitled Priest Pattern Analysis of the Eastern Cordillera, 3 Major Ethnic Groups Woven Native Attire. I am Roger D. Capua, as the lead author, and my co-authors are Joseph B. Tandas and Jairus B. Bisoyo. We are the faculty of the College of Education, Ifugao State University, Alfonso Lista, Ifugao, Philippines. In our abstract, mathematics in daily life. And mathematics is everywhere. Its beauty is seen in the man's awareness of the environment. Aiming to penetrate the society's cultural component, ethnomathematics targeted indigenous weaving patterns. The Ifugao and Gadang and Balangao have their own individual weaving patterns which were culturally included, therefore earning their merit to be studied. Aims of knowledge collection included preserving Eastern Cordillera's distinct character and appreciation of mathematics and culture. The research employed a method of analyzing priest pattern in local woven attires. The Eastern Cordillera weavers employed the 7 priest group designs and their traditional clothing. The symmetry of traditional clothing is studied using the group theory and transformation geometry. The utilization of motifs that represent cultural ideas and traditions, as well as weaving style and process, favor distinct, priest, and plain crystallographic groupings. The study results reveal the complexity of mathematics inherent in the weaver's labor, allowing him to arrive at important geometric designs while having no formal mathematical frame. This study direct contributions to the field of mathematical crystallography in art and cultural heritage, which uses a group theoretic approaches and tools to comprehend the mathematics and artwork from all over the globe. It adds to the expanding corpus of literature that employs symmetry and increased cultural understanding. This is the description of our project that we analyze based on the three major ethnic groups woven native attire using the Priest pattern groups. First, the G string for men. The Ifugao in Ayangan, we called it Laechum or Finohlan, Finodfod, and Kargacha. In Kalanguya, we called it Kobal, Binolan. In Tuali, we called it Wano or Kargacha. In Balangao, we called it Taye. In Gatdang, we called it Abag. For the headband for men, we called it in Kalanguya, Penget, Hinalibubo. For Tuali, we called it Pungot. For the skirt for women, we called it in Ayangan, Lamoy, or Finalet, Fayaong. In Kalanguya, we called it Ampuyaw. In Tuali, we called it Toge, or Pagauan, and Bayaong, or Ampoyo. For Balangao, we called it Pate, and Gadang, we called it Aken. For Tuali, we call this now as Lama, and Gadang, we called it Barwasi. For the belt for women, we called it Ayangan, in Ifugao, Alot, or Chukao, or Mahad. For Kalanguya, we For the Balanga, we called it Velecos. For Gadang, we called it Bakwat. For the vest for men, we call this as cotton in Gadang. For the cape for men, we called it kapit in Gadang. Based on our conclusion, the Ifugao weavers were able to conduct five priest group patterns, whereas the Gadang in Balangao weavers were able to produce 3 and 4 respectively. The textiles of the three main ethnic groups, indigenous woven garments, were found to be mostly longitudinally stripped with iconographic patterns organized into a system of well-defined formal connections. We discovered that the basic designs or the motifs have intrinsic symmetries during our study on the symmetries and the color symmetries of weaving patterns from the Eastern Cordillera. As a result, the horizontal or the vertical reflections become more common in the waves. Additionally, weavers from the three major ethnic groups arrange these basic components symmetrically, creating 1 or 2-dimensional patterns on their cloth. We were fascinated by the weaver's method of crossing the various threads to create stunning symmetrical patterns. The inherent ideas of the symmetry and order in the weaving pattern suggest the existence of the underlying mathematical structure that the Eastern Cordillera women weavers may be ignorant of. As a consequence, we have shown that the mathematics is profoundly entrenched in the culture of humans. The patterns of the original woven garments were inspired by the imagery seen in the surrounding or environment, such as flora, the sun, and man, among others that are culturally significant. Most designs were found in men's attires because dresses did not exist until now. In addition, there are unique press designs for men's clothing and for women's cloth. Costumes were obvious when each ethnic group had its own unique characteristics. For our recommendations, to utilize this study as an example for teaching lessons and the interaction between culture and mathematics in the classroom. That this study will serve as awareness of the beauty of the young people's attraction on the Eastern Cordillera, on the entire Cordillera as a whole. That the patterns collected in this study are conserved by the weavers of the Eastern Cordillera, that this work is used as a reference for any relevant investigations, and further investigations can be carried out in the other Cordilleran's native attires. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges? Any questions from the respected judges? Okay, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Swati Y. Ma'am to present the paper on sentiment analysis of employee feedback data. Dr. Swati Ma'am, can you hear me? Dr. Swati Ma'am? Sir, can we move to the next presenter? I would like to invite Ms. Zulakha Rashid to present the paper on critical review and analysis of ER report of Lahore Orange Line Metro Train project for working out the ER performance index of project. Ms. Zulaka Rashid. I would like to invite our next presenter, Imran Gallo, to present the paper on effect of fertilizer application protocol through fertigation on the growth parameters of pre-fragmented one-eye cutting of sugarcane varieties.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I will share my screen for a
Yes,
while.
yes, ma'am.
So, do you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Ma'am, you can proceed with the presentation.
So, good afternoon from the Philippines. So, I'm here to present our study entitled Effects of Fertilizer Application Protocols through Fertigation on the Growth Parameters of Pre-germinated one-eye cuttings of sugarcane varieties. So, I'm Engineer Ermalyn Guzman Gallo, and my co-author is Patricio R. Macamos Jr. So, for the abstract, this study is to determine the performance of a pre-germinated one-eye cuttings of sugarcane varieties as affected different fertilizer application through fertigation. So, as an introduction, due to the scarcity of planting materials from the nurseries, so the Sugar Regulatory Administration, we're in the LAREC field office in the Philippines, promoting the pre-germinated one-eye cutting instead of the three-eye cutting as planting materials. So from 10 tons of the three-eye cutting, it will be 2 to 3 tons for a one-eye cutting pre-germinated to be used. So for this study, there are 3 varieties of the high-yielding sugarcane varieties used. First variety is the PIL 2006-2289, which has a potential yield of 129.92 ton canes per hectare. And the second variety is the PIL 2006-1899, which has a potential yield of 148.29 ton canes per hectare. And the third variety is the PIL 99-1793 with a potential yield of 170.69 ton canes per hectare. So these are the 3 varieties used in the study. So for the methods, these are the flow of the activities used. So for the soil sampling, it is routine to know the fertilizer and lime requirement for the experimental area. Next is the land preparation, the plowing and the harrowing of the experimental area. And then the lime application, so based from the soil sampling. Next is the preparation of the pre-germination of one-eye cuttings, wherein the pure and disease-free planting materials of the one-eye cuttings are selected from the established nurseries. And then next stage is the farrowing of the experimental area and the preparation of the experimental plat. The experimental plat, which has each plat are 6 rows by 9 meters with a total plat of 70.20 square meters, wherein the vertical flat factor are the varieties of the sugarcane, and the horizontal flat factor is the fertilizer application protocol. Next step is the installation of drip irrigation pipes, wherein it is irrigation and the fertigation process. Next is the transplanting of the pre-germinated one-eye cuttings, which is 1.5 months old, within 3 days after the installation of the drip irrigation system. And then the determination of field capacity with the installation of the moisture meter to determine the field capacity within the experimental area. Next is the fertigation, wherein 2 weeks after transplanting, we'll start the fertigation process. Maintenance for the sugarcane, which includes the cultivation, weeding, replanting, fertilization, and irrigation. Am I clear, ma'am? Or there's a problem? Hello? Hello, ma'am? Am I clear? No, ma'am. Hello? Wala. Hello? Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you?
Yes, ma'am, we could hear you.
Okay. So we'll just continue. So for the data gathering and the harvesting, so for the data gathering and harvesting, these are the data gathered, which are 13 from the stall survival rate, tiller count, plant height, leaf area index, canopy density, malleable stalk count, stalk diameter, malleable stalk length, weight per stalk, flat weight, root length, root density, and the estimated quantity of seed pieces produced. So these are the 3 fertilizer application protocols based on their frequency of application and the time of application, in which the requirements for the fertilizer. And this experiment is a 2-factor experiment composed of 3 sugarcane varieties and 3 fertilizer application protocols, wherein it is analyzed using the analysis of variance for strip plot design and the comparison of using the least significant difference. So for the results, so it is statistically different in these 2 particular variety of sugarcane. So for the tiller count, it is statistically the same for the variety 1 and the variety 2 for the sugarcane, and is statistically different from variety 3, along with the application protocol or the fertilizer application protocol. And then for the malleable stock, it is also not significantly different for B1 and B2. However, it is significantly different to variable 3 or variety 3. And then for the estimated quantity of seed pieces produced of the pre-germinated one-eye cutting, variety 1, which is the Philippine 2006-2289, has the greatest mean and is significantly different to the other 2 varieties in terms of the fertilizer application, so there is no significant difference for the tree. And then for the leaf area index, so it is significantly different. The variety 2, which is the field 2006-1899, is significantly different to the other two varieties. However, it is not significantly different in terms of fertilizer to variety 1. So for the data which are not significantly different for the 3 varieties and the 3 fertilizer application protocols is the stool survival rate, canopy index, stalk diameter, stalk length, weight per stalk. In terms of the plant weight and the root weight, so the it is statistically different from the fertilizer 1, and for the root density, fertilizer 3 is different from F1 and F2. So as a conclusion, that the fertilizer application on weekly interval positively affects the tiller count and leaf area index of the sugarcane plant. And the 3 fertilizer application protocols has no significant difference on the effects of the other data. And then the variety 1, highest quantity of seed pieces or planting materials when fertilized at 2 weeks interval through fertigation. This variety, when combined with the fertilizer application protocol, can help in the rapid multiplication of the high-yielding variety. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the presenter? I'm so sorry. Any questions from the respected judges? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would like to invite our next presenter, Chaitanya DJ sir, to present the paper on a survey on 5th generation wireless network security. Chaitanya sir, can you hear me? I would like to invite our next presenter, Divya Kumari ma'am, to present the paper on prediction of a sickle cell anemia disease using machine learning techniques.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah. So first of all, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Shivangi Shekhar, and my guide is, who guided me to write this paper is Miss Divya Kumari. She is not present today, so on the behalf of her, I am going to present the presentation. So my topic is prediction of sickle cell anemia using machine learning method. The topic which I am going to cover today is introduction, methodology, result, conclusion, and future scope and references. So first of all, what is sickle cell anemia? Sickle cell anemia is a group of disorder known as sickle cell disease. It is an inherited red blood cell disorder in which there are not enough healthy red blood cells to carry oxygen throughout the body. Over 80% of people in US are affected with this disease. And the symptom of this disease are swelling in hand and feet, pains, frequent infection, anemia. This disease appear in a newborn of 5 months. I have used a technology that is FCM clustering algorithm and regression algorithm. The FCM clustering method, the FCM clustering method, which is involving procedure of tuning the parameter and calculate the center of the value of each group, has all the fuzzy participation matrices. And regression algorithm, the regression analysis algorithm are the subtype of data analytics that make use of relationship between factors and independent variable. Some of the most well-known regression algorithms are linear regression, logistic regression, backward elimination, normal generalized, last regression. So what are the, how I have implemented my data, that is, I have inputted a data, and then I have divided into 3 clustering, like elongated, circular, and FCM. Mainly I have used here is FCM. So after that, I have normalized the data and then pre-processed the data. After normalizing the data, I have also applied the regression algorithm. And regression, if the regression algorithm works, then we will hyperreference engine to cross-validate the hyperparameter. And in data normalization, and if it doesn't work, then after data normalization, we have extracted the cell, feature extraction, then again the hyperreference engine cross validation, and then prediction. We have predicted by regression algorithm, then the prediction outcome, and final outcome has come. So result, I have collected the data of 1170 sample point and a unique goal parameter that describe the hydroxia and prescribe the dose in milligrams. I have divided into 3 classes, that is class 1, class 2, and class 3. Then I have splitted the data into 70-30 in training and testing. And to finding to show the medical data, we may be used as a SDS. We have, for finding the result, we have used the SCD pose level. And the final accuracy after implementing all the ML algorithm, like regression algorithm and FCM algorithm, and during the fuzzy C-mean deliver, it almost deliver 99% of accuracy and almost 85% of F-score and 89% of sensitivity. Conclusion, this categorized of SCD effect dose level and empirical analysis was conducted using several machine learning algorithms in contrast of standard parametrical approach. The suggested invested and incorporated several forms of recurrent neural network in the future to investigate the wider range of potential recurrent network. Genetic optimization method may be used. The machine learning method approach may be employed to broaden and breadth of the size of the research, since the present work only addresses the restrict range of design that may not be disclosed the maximum capabilities of RNN and the assessment situation. These are the references where I have worked, and then thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any question from the respected judges? Thank you. Bye. Bye. Any questions from the respected judges? I would like to invite our next presenter, Alifa Firdos, to present the paper on modeling the price forecast for construction steel, a case study in EPC company.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Is it
sir.
clear?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, I will start share screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, is it already? You can see the presentation? Can you see the presentation? Hello?
Yes. Your
Okay.
presentation has been.
Okay, thank you. We'll start the slideshow first. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to share my research to the colleagues here at the ICIRET. Our presentation is called Modeling the Price Forecast for Construction Steel, a case study in EPC company. With me, Alfa Firdaus, and with my colleague, Uli Amrina. We are from Universitas Mercu Buana, Jakarta, Indonesia. Okay, I will start the presentation. Okay, a little brief of biography. I was a mechanical engineer and my master degree in industrial management and doctoral, and I've been a doctoral degree in agro-industrial engineering. And my colleague Oli Omrina, she's also an industrial engineering and a master degree in management and PhD in industrial engineering. Okay, for the abstract here, the EPC or the engineering procurement construction industry is one of the most dynamic industries. The problems faced are related to market conditions that often change, short construction periods, and fluctuation in material prices that are difficult to predict. This dynamic require appropriate forecasting model, which can predict the pattern of material price movement and anticipate the occurrence of fluctuation in the future. So this research aims to get the best price during the project tender process because we are here at the EPC company and we are on the tender process for the various projects. This study model the forecasting of construction iron price in the future by considering the historical pattern of construction iron price data, the value of foreign exchange rate, and the price of billets as raw material for construction iron. So the forecasting procedure used here is non-parametric, which involves several statistic tests such as cross correlation, linearity, and error assessment. The result of the study can be a firm reference for the price value of construction iron, which makes it easier for management to determine an accurate and competitive project value. So the first one is introduction. COVID-19 has had a significant impact on the world economy, especially on the first 6 months of 2020. This impact was also felt in developing the EPC or engineering procurement construction industry. Changes in economic condition affects the management of EPC projects, especially in terms of dynamic of market demand and fluctuation in market prices. So this research was developed to assist EPC companies in modeling construction iron price forecast in the future by considering the historical pattern of construction iron price data, foreign exchange rate, and billet price as construction iron raw materials. This forecasting model will be helpful to get the best competitive price during the project tender process. This is our research model. First, we build a build price, yeah, for the model and make a forecast for the next month. And then at the same time, we built a foreign exchange or BI, Bank Indonesia mid rate forecasting model and make a forecast for the next month. And then by the first and second step, we built a forecasting model for iron price by involving the influence of build price and BI mid rate. Then forecast iron prices for the next month based on the result in the step 3, using the input data for the build price and BI mid rate obtained in step 1 and 3. So we get the forecast. Time series models can create patterns in the past movement of variables and use that information to predict future movements. Oftenly, we are faced with time series data patterns that are difficult to specify parametrically. So therefore, we need a flexible technique, such as flexible modeling, to have a forecasting model that follows the existing data pattern. Several techniques are flexible in application. Here, we use the non-parametric Fourier is the most practical technique for time series data. So this is the result and discussion. First, the model identification. We see that the billet price and iron price have a typical pattern, and also the exchange rate and iron price. Nevertheless, we see that the exchange rate sometimes have a spike there, here and there on exchange rate. It means like we are having some kind of PI intervention on the exchange rate, but for most of the time it's typical. So the billet price forecast, we can develop a forecasting model. First, the billet price forecast, we have the model that has adjusted R square value of 0.9792. It indicates that 97.92% of the total variance of the billet price can be explained by the model. And the AIC obtained is 5.07, and MSE is 148, and RMSE is 12.193. The result of billet price forecast for the next 24 days are shown in the following figures. You can see that the historical and the predicted or the estimation, real data and estimation is quite the same. This is typical, and then we can predict for the next 24 days. And it also occur with the mid BI rate forecast or the exchange rate forecast. We have a good model. We have adjusted R square, which is indicates 72.53% of the total variance can be explained by the model. And you can see here it's typical between the estimation and the real data. And we have a prediction for the next 24 days. And finally, we have the forecast for the iron price. This is based on the two of the forecasts that explained before, and the adjusted R square is 97.40%, which means it's really good. And the result is here. You can see that the fluctuation of estimation and the real data is typical, and then we can predict the next 24 days of the iron price. So Indonesia's iron and steel industry require imported materials of iron ore, scraps, and billets. Iron ore is one of the most volatile commodities. In the study, the formula of regression model consisting the price index of concrete iron as dependent variable, or Y, and the BI mid exchange rates index multiplied by the billet price index is independent variables, or X. So the forecast for billet price and exchange rate are calculated using the Fourier series non-parametric regression models. The result of mean absolute percentage error to measure forecast perform is 0.48%. Means it has a good modeling of the forecast. So for the conclusion, the study proved that statistically the developed model is suitable for describing the pattern of fluctuation in the price of iron and concrete. And the model is a powerful cost estimation tool as a negotiating capital for the SCM division for the EPC company and helps achieve negotiation results that are close to the target price. The formula can be adjusted to increase the potential efficiency against the baseline price and can be designed so that the price is always below the market price. In a broader scope, it will increase the bargaining power of PC companies because steel price parameter data can be reviewed in real time and are continuously updated. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges? Any questions from the respected judges? I would like to invite our next presenter, John Alexander, sir, to present the paper on experimental study of nanoparticle size distribution effect to the mic scattering intensity.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Can I share the screen?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, can I start to present
Yes,
my
sir.
research
Yes, sir.
paper? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for this chance. My honor to be presented our research paper entitled Experimental Study of Nanoparticle Size Distribution Effect to the Mist-Scattering Intensity. This is the research paper under my supervision by Professor Dr. Imadi Joni from University of Pajajaran. What is the mist-scattering? This is mist-scattering is a phenomena that happens when an electromagnetic wave scattered by particles which has the same particles comparable with the incident light wavelength. This is a recent use in the various study as an alternative for measuring particle size distributions in contrast with other methods which has certain limits. So we call this non-destructive scattering technique. The parameter observed in the mist-scattering experiment is a functional of the mist-scattering intensity to the angle. I will show the graph of the function of mist-scattering intensity to the angle. The research aims is to analyze the particle distribution effect of the mist-scattering phenomena experimental by image processing technique. So we did take some pictures to convert the pixel to the angles. We have the distribution of the angles. The different angles, we have a pixel. So the nanoparticle samples, we use the two samples, is polystyrene latex and then the fumonition B1 with an average size of particles of 108 nanometers and fumonition B1 with an average size of particles respectively. So the graph, it will show to us the graph of scattering intensity polystyrene sample with the average size of 108 nanometers has a peak value higher than sample fumonition B1 with an average size. It will proved by the experiments and also in the modeling result. This is the background, as I mentioned before. The physical and chemical properties will be changed when the size of particles has been changed. We use the particle size analyzer, and this is the scattering methods. We use the scattering methods because it's faster measurement, might be used continually, good quality, higher precision. This is the set of experiments. So we will see when the misscattering laser with a specific length happens, we interact with some particles that its size are approximately the same, the incident wavelength. So this is the top of one is one particles. If we just see the object as one particles, but actually in the samples, of course, we have the so many particles. This is the scattering phenomena. This is the characteristic thin clouds. We see the misscattering. Misscattering is around from 10 nanometers to 10 micrometers. Aim of the experiment, as I said, to make a tools misscattering experiment based on image processing. And then the second one is to know nanoparticle size distribution effect to the misscattering intensity. And the scope of problem is we use the misscattering technique. We use the wavelength is around 532 nanometers. The sample is, as I mentioned before. This is the scheme of the misscattering diagram. We see, as you see, the arrow, the black arrow is the light, the incident wave, and then the blue one is the particles. So this is the angle. Scattering angle. So this is intensity. Move at the x direction. This is our research method. We did the study literature, laser characteristics, and then sample characteristics, system planning, experiment, image processing, measurement of the scattering angles, and we compared to the modeling results and analyze. As you see, this is the tools and samples. We have incident light, green laser, and then the glass covers where the sample is contained, and then the camera, iPhone, polarizer, and then sample we use two samples. And then this is the tool scheme. We have, this is the incident light, and this is the polarizer to make the only one direction. We know that the electromagnetic wave is in the different, differ to the direction. So we need to polarizer to make one orientation to the sample. So this is the scheme, laser wavelength testing. This is our laser. This is the diffraction grid, and this is the screen. This is the screen, and then we just make the formula. Formula is we found that the incident of wave is around 533.33 nanometers. It's quite the same with our approximation. This is our research method. Image processing, we extract along the red line, extract RGB, red, green, blue value, and to the graph of the intensity to the pixel. So, and then second one is measurement of the scattering angle. We have the scattering angles, and we have we use the image G to convert from the pixel to the millimeters. So from we use the tangent we can find the angles. So this is the hardware settings. As you see, laser, polarizer, as you see the scheme tools. This is the result, particle size analyzers from 2 samples. As I said before on our abstract, the experiment is show to us that for the sample polystyrene 108 nanometers with 1 peak, this is 100. And this is a good result. And also for sample fulmination B1, also we have to peak, and one is like 12.5, and the second one is 51.0 nanometers. So the average particle size is 36.4. The result is the same with our prediction. So this is just make 2 Gaussians, F full width at half maximums. This is the difference between the 2 values, independent variable, which the dependent variable is equal to half of its maximum value. And then the second one is the right side of the picture is a Snell's law. This is when the incident wave comes to the particles. We have a Snell's law. And then this is the result of experiment. We have an incident light. As you see, this is the COFET. Left side is contained water, and the right side is contained polystyrene latex. This is the image processing result. The left side is for sample polystyrene, and the right side is the sample fulmination B1. As you see, this is the same. This is a graph of the intensity to the pixel for the 2 samples and for the water. As you see, the difference is for the water is there is no a higher peak, but for the 2 samples there is a higher peak, but it's different between polystyrene and fulmination B1. The difference is the width of the width of the maximum. So for the polystyrene latex is the big one, the wider than the fulmination B1. This is the intensity to the scattering angle in the water. As you see, the left side is contain water, and we just separate the red, blue, and green, RGB. And then this is experiment result for the sample polystyrene, and the left side is graph of the intensity to the angle for the sample. As you see, it's like intensity is like 250, and this is average the particles as I saw before. And this is for fulmination B1. This intensity is around 250, and the same result before on the abstract and our experiment result. So this is a comparison the experiment result, polystyrene latex versus fulmination B1. As you see, this is quite the same. Just the difference is 8.1. And the below after that is we have the graph of intensity to the angle for the 2 samples and for the water. Sorry, for 2 samples. And this is our compared to the modeling result. So for the mean 1.5 to 1.95. This is the full width higher maximum. This is the mean of the size particle distribution. And this This is also compared to the modeling result, intensity and angles. We also get the result, mean of the particle size. So the conclusion is the system's design of misscattering experiment based on the image processing has been successfully made. The different particle size distribution will be affect the scattering intensity values, where the graph of misscattering intensity to the angles generally will be lower if the average particle size distribution more or less. As you see, the fulmination B1 is the with the average particles more lower. So the intensity also will be lower. The more big particle size distribution, the intensity value scattered will be more bigger. Thank you so much. All the best for you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges?
Okay, well, thank you for the chance given to me. I would like to raise one question about the, what is it? The presenter had presented that the nanoparticle for measuring the size distribution due to the misscattering. So my question is, how can you make sure that your sample is dispersed homogeneously within their solvent? Thank you.
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat again?
Yeah. How can you make sure that your sample of nanoparticles are homogeneously dispersed by the solvent? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for questions. Can I directly answer, right, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. We have covered it's like vessels to contain our samples. So we just we didn't mention about how many liters or how many liters or to for our samples to contain in the couplets. So we just assume that our sample is a homogeneous because the sample is contained in our in the couplet, in the vessel.
Oh yeah, is there an effect for the concentration of the solution? Have you tried to investigate the effect of the concentration for the solution?
Ah, yeah, I get it. Your questions, yeah. We didn't try to find the distributions effect for this, but for the future work we will do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your response.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the respected judges? So can we announce the leftover participants ones which have not given the presentation?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Can I stop it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay.
I would like to invite Abdul Baskiki, sir, to present the paper on blockchain technology adoption in the context of Saudi Arabia and imperial analysis for a future outlook. Abdullah, sir, are you there? I would like to invite Talal Al-Saif to present the paper on methodology for validating survey questionnaire in marketing research. I would like to invite Dr. Swati ma'am to present the paper on sentiment analysis of employee feedback data. I would like to invite Chaitanya DJ sir to present the paper on a survey on 5th generation wireless network security. There will be a video presentation of the Chaitanya sir.
Good afternoon. I welcome all the committee members for my presentation. I, Chaitanya DJ, working as assistant professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Mysore, Vidyavardhaka, Mysore. And my guide is Dr. Anita S, professor, Department of BME, ACS College of Engineering, Mysore. Today I'm going to present regarding a survey on 5th generation wireless network security. Coming to the abstract, here the new advanced characteristics of 5th generation wireless network. It's a latest security challenges and the requirements which has been included in comparison to other cellular network such as 3G and 5G. And this survey, it expands on a complete survey of the security. The survey, it's going to begin with a review of the 5th generation network, general and the requirements which is required for the 5th generation wireless, which will be summed up finally, security services such as the availability, authentication, data secrecy, privacy, and key management. These are all used in the current 5th generation wireless security technologies as well as in the techniques. This survey mainly this survey provides an overview of the security risk which has been arisen in the recent technology as well as in the privacy concerns in the 5th generation networks. We also use a table in this work to explain characterization as well as the comparison of privacy preserving techniques and authentication of 4th and 5th generation cellular networks. In the introduction part, 5th generation wireless networks, these are all the upcoming generation wireless telecommunication network beyond the current 4th generation networks. In comparison to recent 4G, that is a long-term evolution which has been involved in the 4G, the vision of the upcoming 5th generation wireless lies in big data rates of the order of gigabits per second, and also the base station provide latency and the consideration improvements in consumers. Here the convergence of computations and the communication over the large 2 decades which has given us the worldwide wireless web. We trust the upcoming phase of the information mechanism revolution, which will be the combination of convergence, communication along with the control. This will give us the potentially for large number of unit sensors as well as the actuators over wire or wireless to interact with the physical environment. Next, the 5th generation impart massive resolution for bidirectional large bandwidth shaping as well as the cell phone users. In the literature survey part, the author B. Jin and the Chen, they have the paper entitled D2D, that is the data to data privacy protection mechanism based on reliability and homomorphic encryption. In this, they have assigned a specific mechanism to provide the security protection for the data based on the symmetric encryption they have been used. Through the use of this algorithm, the security as well as the protection has been improved, as well as the allocation and the resources in the network D2D. In the paper 2, we have referred the paper to, that is L. Wang. The author name is L. Wang. The title, a paper title entitled Constant Round Authenticated and Dynamic Group Key Agreement Protocol for D2D group communications. They have used a private key encryption protocol for the dynamic group. Next, the main, in order to find the communicate with a group of device to device and to improve its safety, a high entropy and the group sessions key has been used. Similar in the paper 3, that is in the paper 3, the author name M. Wang and Z. Yan. The paper title entitled Privacy Preserving Authentication and Key Agreement Protocol for D2D group communication. They have been used key agreement and a 2 privacy authentication protocol which has been used. They have been used this key agreement as well as the 2 privacy authentication protocol, and also by using this particular algorithm, they are going to improve the security of the protocols and also increases their efficiency as well as the effectiveness. Next, in the next author, the paper entitled Optimized Based Access Assignment Scheme for Physical Layer Security in D2D Communication, and also the algorithm they have been used, Optimized Based Access Allocation System they have been used. By using this particular algorithm or the technique, it's going to improve the physical security as well as the protection for cellular users. In the next, the author has been the paper entitled Device-to-Device Communication in Unlicensed WAN for 5G Systems. In this, they have been used a sub-channel matching algorithm which has been used. By using this particular algorithm, the subrate is improved significantly as well as very greatly. In the next, the author, in the author, Farag, the paper entitled Security for 5G and 4G and 5G cellular network, a survey of existing authentication and privacy preserving scheme. In this, the particular algorithm, they have been proposed 6 different directions on how to maintain privacy, as how to secure networks in 4G as well as 5G. These type of systems will be able to maintain privacy as well as in the credibility. In the next paper, In and Zion, the paper entitled Secure Social Networks in 5G Network with 5G Systems with Mobile Edge Computing Coaching and Device-to-Device Communication, that is D2D communication. They have been approached a new technique, it is called as automatic decision making. In this, they have proposed this particular automatic decision making technique to strengthen the security. Mainly to strengthen the security, they have been used this technique. Next, joint transactions, relaying and block verification optimization for blockchain and empower D2D communication, that is device-to-device communication. The paper entitled. In this, they have been proposed a new framework. By using this new framework, the first stage transaction migration as well as the second stage checks the block. Whereas in the next, an efficient privacy preserving approach for secure verifiable outsourced computing on untrusted platform. In this, they could maintain the privacy. Its customer will be enabled to store their private data without the need of any of the external resources. By using this particular technique or the approach or the algorithm, they provide the resistance to attack facing this communication in terms of safety, and despite this problem were not sufficiently solved. Next, a secure and lightweight D2D communication with multiple sensors. Here they have been used a lightweight algorithm system has been proposed for the secure connections. This system mainly it's very sensitive and important patient health data in a wireless body area network, that is WBAN. The main outcome of this survey is the security as well as the privacy issues has been discussed, and the promising key technique it has been used to support the 5G network are outlined with a detailed explanation of the security as well as privacy issue relating to this particular technique, and the overall the security as well as privacy issue particular to 5G networks has been discussed. Finally, this survey, it provides a in-depth examination. Mainly in wireless evaluation, mainly focus on the different frequencies, and also in this previously the requirement respect to the 5G, we need to improve the network reliability as well as availability in the face of difficulties like overload, which can be reduced impersonally or unintentionally by using the security challenges in the 5G. The security, it's a major driver for 5G wireless network in case of supreme built-in security, flexible security mechanisms, as well as automation changing ecosystem, which has been need for the dependability. Here in this presentation, we present our overview of existing survey cellular network. In additionally, we explain the categorization as well as a comparison of privacy preserving techniques and authentications, which is required for the 4th as well as the 5th generation cellular network. These were all the references. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the participants, please stay in the main room. Thank you. I request all the participants, please be in the main room. We'll be starting with a couple of minutes. I would like to update for the upcoming conferences. International Conference on Exploring Causal Technological Advance of the 21st Century in Science, Engineering and Technology from 13th to 14th August 2022 in Abu Dhabi, UAE, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. 41th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology from 24th to 25th August 2022, which is scheduled to take place as virtual, organized by Institute for Engineering, Research and Publications. Asia Pacific Conference on Education, Research, Social Science and Humanities on 7th to 8th September 2022, which is scheduled to take in Bangkok, organized by Engineering, Research and Publications. About IFERP, it is an internationally reputed professional association that is highly reorganized within the global research and publication community. Particularly in the field of engineering, science and technology, part of our organization, widespread repute can be attributed to the fact that it makes available numerous avenues for academic researchers to engage, interact, and exchange knowledge with one another. Does your university, institution, organization have the potential to be a beacon of academic progress and advancement? Then perhaps what it requires is a nut to propel its reputation, superior offering, and incomparable facilities. Universities and institutions can join as an academic partners, co-hosting partners in the conference organized by IFERP. Academic partners hosting a conference outside the campus, provenance and nation is the act of wizards. Co-hosting partners hosting a conference inside the campus venue will be the hosting partners, university and institutions. Benefit to the academic partners and hosting partners by IFERP. Promotional opportunities, promotion of university name, logos and conference website, proceeding, social media, post and digital marketing forum. Exposure of the partner university in the international conference and university name or logo will be added in all the conference notification. University promotional material will be added inside the conference proceeding book, welcome message of the pattern or any high authority will be listed in proceeding book and conference websites. Academic opportunities, it offers of discounts for all the presenters from the partnering university. Opportunity for university representative to review abstract and full paper and get certified. Publication assistant in Scopus, SCIE, and ESCI, WOS index journals. Opportunities to the partnering university and institution for publishing 5 full papers from non-presenters in Technorate journals. Complimentary registration for the best paper with 1 year IFERP premium membership. Concession for IFERP courses and IFERP FDPS webinars or professional development program. Concession for IFERP next edition conference. Professional opportunities. Opportunities for being an organizing committee member, scientific committee member, and reviewer. It is based on the profile. Opportunity for plenary speaker and invited speaker based on the profile. Opportunity for being a session chair and to serve on the evaluation panel of conference. Opportunity to file nomination for IFERP award category. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Ranji B. Kemlas, Sir, Vice President for Research, Extension and Training, Don Honro, Ventura State University, Philippines, to deliver his valedictory speech. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Dia. And to everyone, a pleasant day. I hope you are all having a great day as I am. I am very much honored to be invited to speak on behalf of the organizing committee as we close the second international conference on innovative research in engineering and technology, dubbed as ICIRET-2022. First off, let us acknowledge the excellent work that the organizing team has done for this event. The Scientific Review Committee, National Advisory Committee, International Advisory Committee, and Hospitality Committee. We have successfully shown what great teamwork can do, highlighting the importance of collaboration in a multifaceted environment. So, congratulations to you for the success of the ICIRET 2022. The past sessions have been truly exciting and insightful for everyone as we shared our innovative researches in this conference. I have enjoyed the session that I personally attended. At the same time, I was inspired by the research outputs of our colleagues here. Kudos to you, fellow researchers. This international conference opened an opportunity for us, researchers and scholars, to learn about trends across borders, participate in the conversations, and add to the existing world knowledge in science, technology, and engineering research and development. The plethora of researches we have read or listened to provide insights about how we are doing today so that we can lay down the road to the future. All these researches precipitate the speed of technology development, hence allowing our society to respond to the ever-changing needs of the people of the world and their environment. It has also given us an opportunity to get connected, create a network of learning and knowledge, conducive society that fosters inclusivity and collaboration. It is amazing to witness that our multidisciplinary approach to this event has brought together like-minded individuals who dare to challenge the existing norms, practices, and applications of technology and bring innovation to the front, therefore creating a new culture that is more responsive to the present and future social climate. As you know, the latest trend studies in every aspect of the world economy and ecology, including education, emphasizes the changes in knowledge and innovation. Therefore, research will continue to become a core part of every organization, more so in the academic community. What we want to do is make sure that we make educated observations and studies of the issues we stumble upon and try to solve them using scientific methods. Because somewhere something incredible is waiting to be known. That is according to Carl Sagan. And in doing so, we add to the world conversation at the same time. We respond to the needs of a better world. The speed at which information is transmitted around the world as enabled by the internet has greatly enhanced our ability to catch up on developing knowledge and technologies. The researches that we write and make accessible to fellow scholars builds up on that information system, creating a knowledge base that is founded on the scientific process, hence providing a more reliable information and knowledge for the next generation. And with this kind of information and knowledge, we become better at solving world problems. We become better citizens of the world. Our keynote speakers who shared their unparalleled expertise highlighted the role of engineering, science, and technology researches in the development of the world in every aspect, every sector, every industry, essentially affecting our value systems. The emphasis we place on time, efficiency, and quality in everything what we do hints that research and development is a never-ending cycle. It places technology and engineering at the core of every development man has ever made. This remains true today, made possible through the ingenuity of scientists and scholars like us who I believe will continually find opportunities to improve the way we do things while protecting our environment and our own privacy for a better world. As mentioned earlier, research, more specifically science, computing, technology, and engineering, will continue to perform its core function in development and will continue flourish further into the future. Because of this, it has become inevitable for us scholars, professors, to make use of our capabilities to observe, analyze, think critically, and learn from the past so that we can act in the present and prepare for the future. So how do we prepare for the future? Visionaries today project a future that is integrated by smart neural networks, characterized by blockchains, AIs, and remote or cloud access. It is said that internet will further expand its benefits to include streamlining interconnection of artificially intelligence-enabled objects and services of various types and uses. This is the direction of the Internet of Things, according to the Industry 4.0 and Web 4.0 forecast. This is the dream vision. The Industry 4.0 and Web 3.0 are already paving the way to this dream future, and parts of the world are already gearing up for this future because everything converges towards information technology. We are projecting an information technology-driven future. This future world is described perfectly by no less than Nikola Tesla when he said that when wireless is perfectly applied, the whole Earth will be converted into a huge brain, which in fact it is, all things being particles of a big rhythmic whole. While this is happening, I can't help noticing that there are still places where technological and digital divide still exists. I hope that as researchers, professionals, academicians, or industry practitioners, we can make part of our vision to include bridging this gap through our innovativeness and ingenuity. And as we have witnessed, many of the researchers presented in this event respond to this need. Through our collective ideas in research, we are gently breaking the barriers to be able to broaden our reach and ensure that no one is left behind. Let us further empower people. Let us empower the next world generation with the knowledge that we can share to them and with the hope that they will do the same for the next generation. As Bill Nye puts it, there's nothing I believe in more strongly than getting young people interested in science and engineering for a better tomorrow for all humankind. Looking forward to your participation in the coming conferences organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful speech. Thank you, sir. There is a small announcement for the participants. The best paper presentation awards will be, the details will be shared through mails. Thank you. On behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. The conference, which focused on discover the difference and exciting the vision in multidisciplinary research studies, and it was great success where eminent keynote speaker from various universities addressed the gathering. We take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, delegates, and participants for your vital support and time for the ICIRET-2022. Thanks to the generous response and active engagements of the organizing committee members and editorial board members. I appreciate all the participants for their hard work. Once again, thanks to all the committee members and participants. Stay tuned with further conference update. Thank you. Okay.